Testing 1 2. My mic turned off. I've been talking to myself this entire time. God damn it. Fucking A. No one's told me anything. Obama. Basically, Scientology has a bopping music department. Like, please, guys, do not subscribe to Scientology unless you're, like, homeless or something and, like, somehow they'll let you in for free. Or if you're an inspiring musician. If you're an inspiring musician, I actually highly recommend you just abandon your life and join Scientology. Like truly, unless you're like an ethicist or an antinatalist, which then I say you can be useful to the cause. But otherwise, like you may as well just like give up on life. I mean, nothing else really matters, like anyways, besides producing that suffering. So if you don't want to do that, you may as well just join a cult or something. I mean, it's just as meaningless as anything else. But if you really like music, Scientology's music department is fucking phenomenal. Their Christmas carols, bomb diggity, just whew, great. Their funding must be fucking insane. And yeah, we're just gonna listen to a song because I haven't really. I once recommended that they make an entire channel for their music, and they have a channel for their music now, but there's only 3 songs. Not there. They don't have any of the Christmas carols here, so I'm just like I've never heard this one, so gonna listen to it.
Locked up and threw away the key, hiding the dangerous parts of me. I believed.
Okay, very indie.
I tied me down with cotton string, all of the trouble this would bring.
Okay, I just stopped caring.
More.
Okay, this is all very Jesus sounding. I would rather listen to their Christmas carols. I'm gonna try to find one. Scientology. Oh, it's bullshit. Well, I give up. I'm not too dedicated to finding any copyright strike shit. But when it comes down to it, yeah, like Scientology, if you can find their Christmas carols for this winter, sure, if you really look on their website, you can probably find it. I mean, I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it exists. Yes. Oh yeah, they only have like 3 years of stuff, haven't Future Sweep of Chickpeas. Oh my god. Yeah, look, listen to this shit. Well, it's yeah. They just get jiggity with it. It's just so peaceful, serene. Beautiful. Truly, like listen to some Scientology music all the way through, guys. Like, if you like instrumentals, banging. Hmm. What? Can't find their fucking Christmas music? That's so lame. What? No, I can't accept this. Okay, I've accepted it. New identity, new acceptance. Every moment it's change. Just kidding. New second, new me. Hee hee. Okay. Hmm. Oh my god. I wonder if it sounds different than usual. It is spooky. Woo! Oh my god, the lo-fi girl's spooky. That's fucking dope.
going on, guys? It's
Hello YouTube. In this video I'm going to outline Buddhist approaches philosophical work on well-being. So yeah, I think this is quite an interesting perspective. I'm primarily drawing on Mark Sidoritz's book Buddhism as Philosophy and Christopher Gowan's article Buddhist Understandings of Well-Being, if you want to read more. Now, before we get into this, it's worth noting an immediate difficulty with presenting Buddhist views of well-being. Buddhism is obviously a long and varied tradition, and unlike many other religions, it has a fairly non-dogmatic and skeptical approach. As a result, there are actually a lot of different views available here. So this video is going to present one view of the matter. I'm also coming at this from a thoroughly modern Western perspective. There are certain elements that are significant in historical Buddhist traditions, but which I'm not really going to focus on so much, such as the notion of the cycle of rebirths. So you know, this isn't the Buddhist account of well-being. It's more some Buddhist themes on well-being as seen through the lens of modern Western philosophy. Okay, with that said, let's turn to Buddhism. Now, although Buddhism is a varied tradition, there's certain core claims that you find throughout Buddhism, and these are the Four Noble Truths. So I'll state these briefly, and then we'll go through them in a bit more detail later. So first, life is dukkha. Dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this is a fairly broad category capturing a variety of negative mental states. Think of distress, frustration, anxiety, unease, stress, sorrow. We'll talk in terms of suffering, but just bear in mind that's to be understood in this broad sense. Second, the cause of suffering is, the word in Buddhism is Trishna, T-R-S-N-A, but that basically means craving, longing, greed, basically desire. Again, fairly broadly speaking. We can think of that in terms of attachment and aversion. So I want good things, and when I have good things, I want them to continue. I want to avoid bad things and make bad things stop when they occur. So, you know, I mean, the basic thought here is there are many different things that can lead to suffering. What unifies them is our mental attitude, the craving or desire for particular things. Third, the cessation of suffering can be achieved by eliminating desire, by overcoming attachment. And with this, we reach a state of enlightenment. And then the fourth noble truth consists of a series of prescriptions for how to do this, for how to overcome desire and end suffering. And this is the Eightfold Path. Okay, so the first thing to notice here is that we have a distinction between the unenlightened state, which is pervaded by suffering, and the enlightened state, which is free of suffering. So when thinking about Buddhist accounts of well-being, it's worth distinguishing the well-being of unenlightened persons and the well-being of enlightened persons. So let's begin with well-being in the unenlightened state. For the unenlightened, for normal people like you and me, well-being is defined in terms of ordinary goods: health, longevity, education, wealth, good reputation, strong friendships, physical beauty, and so on. The vast majority of people aim to achieve these things for themselves. Morally virtuous people will try to promote these things for others. And we have well-being, we have good lives to the extent that we realize these ordinary goods. But the Buddhists would say that no matter how successfully we pursue these goods, our lives will be deeply flawed because they will be dominated by suffering. That's the message of the first two of the Noble Truths. Life is suffering, and suffering arises from desire. More precisely, the Buddhist tradition usually recognizes three types of suffering, or maybe we can think of these as sort of three levels of suffering, three ways in which our lives are kind of pervaded by suffering. First of all, there is suffering due to pain. And this refers to suffering provoked by ordinary negative events, such as physical pain or hunger or losing your job or having a loved one die. These events will produce unpleasant bodily and mental sensations. If you put your hand in a fire, you're going to be subject to an unpleasant feeling. That's suffering due to pain. An immediate thing to notice here, though, is that even in this case, it's not really the sensation itself that's the source of suffering, but it's the attitude we take towards it. Usually when we experience physical pain, we want it to stop, and that's a state of suffering.
See, I think physical pain is just raw suffering. Like, basically, that's possible. You can, regardless of how you try to think about it, like, physical pain just kind of fucking sucks. But that's my one big disagreement with Buddhists. Then useless spiritual nonsense.
But notice that's not always the case. So think of somebody who is a masochist, who sometimes likes experiencing pain, or think of an athlete who enjoys the physical strain of exercise, or maybe somebody who's like really into eating hot chilies or something like that. What's happening here is like, you know, so they might have the same sensation that I have, but maybe they don't
really
suffer
into that.
because they want it. So
I love Diablo sauce.
we suffer due to pain when our desires are unfulfilled. I desire particular sensations, or I desire particular experiences or particular interactions with others. And it's when those desires are unfulfilled that I experience the pain, that I experience the suffering. It's because of my desire to spend more time with my loved one that I suffer when my loved one dies. It's because of my desire to be free from particular physical sensations that I suffer when, you know, I accidentally eat the really hot chili. So that's suffering due to pain, something we are all familiar with. Next, there is suffering due to impermanence. So in the Buddhist view, all things that originate from causes are impermanent. They will cease to exist. Like anything that's dependent for its existence on something else is going to cease to exist. And of course, all of the things that we care about are things, you know, all of the things we want are dependent on causes. All of the things that we actually experience are dependent on causes and so are impermanent. I mean, I suppose that the general point here, you know, maybe we don't need to get into the metaphysics, right? It's completely uncontroversial to say that all of the things in our experience are going to change and cease to exist sooner or later. So, you know, all things are impermanent. Now, this leads to suffering. In a way, suffering due to pain is itself a product of impermanence. The reason why we experience physical pains is because a perfectly healthy body is impermanent. We experience emotional pains because, you know, anything you do, like your job or your interactions with loved ones and so on, that's all impermanent. Impermanence naturally leads to frustrated desires. So in a way, this kind of explains the suffering due to pain. But as the Buddhist sees it, one of the consequences of impermanence is that satisfied desires count as suffering as well. And this is the case for two reasons. First of all, the satisfaction of a desire is itself impermanent. So like when we get what we want, right? We may experience happiness as a result of that, but we know that having what we want, the thing that we want, is impermanent. And that means that we're going to experience anxiety about losing the desired object. We're going to look ahead to a time when we no longer have that thing, and that creates suffering. And that fear of loss is going to mean that my desire is never fully satisfied, because it's not just that I want a thing, I also want that thing. I want that thing to remain in my possession permanently, but that can't be the case. So the fear of loss sort of drives new desires. I end up creating new desires in order to secure the desired object that I already have. If I have in my possession some item that I want, that's not good enough in itself. I need to secure my possession of that item. And that requires having other things. So I'm going to have to desire other things. And then, of course, once I have those other things, I will need to secure my possession of those things, right? And that's going to mean that I have to desire other things to secure those possession of those things, and on it goes, endlessly. This is a point that's made quite beautifully by Thomas Hobbes, right? Not a Buddhist, but I think I think his comments are relevant here. Hobbes argues that human beings are subject to a constant drive to increase their power, because the only way you can secure whatever powers you have is by gaining greater power. So like right now I'm using a computer, right? The computer is an object within my power. But wait, somebody might try to take this computer from me. Okay, so what do? Well, maybe I buy a gun and then I have the power to fend off a thief. But I mean, a whole gang of thieves could overpower me and take my gun and then take the computer. Or I might lose the physical capacity to operate the gun, or the gun might break down. So whatever powers I have, there will always be ways in which those powers can be lost. I can only secure whatever powers I have with greater powers. That's always the case. So there's this endless drive, ceaseless drive for greater powers. And of course, that means that I'm never satisfied with what I have. As Hobbes puts it, I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire for power after power that ceaseth only in death. And the cause of this is not always that a man hopes for a more intensive delight than he has already attained to, or that he cannot be content with moderate power, but because he cannot ensure the power and means to live well, which he hath present, without the acquisition of more. So by fulfilling a desire, we have created more suffering. Right? We may have given ourselves pleasure, but we've created more suffering as well, because we're now going to be driven, right, by the fear of loss. We have not achieved like satisfaction. So that's one point, right? That's one reason why impermanence means that satisfied desires are suffering. A second point is that since the pleasure of a fulfilled desire is caused by receiving the desired object, the pleasure of a fulfilled desire is caused by the satisfaction of the desire. But that means that pleasure is itself impermanent, because once I have satisfied the desire, right, I can't keep doing that, right? I can't like keep satisfying it, as it were. Like once I have the thing I want, right, my desire, like I've satisfied that desire, and then the shine is going to quite quickly wear off. Even the greatest pleasures, if we continue to participate in them for long enough, will become dull, monotonous, meaningless. And at that point, we just form new desires for other things. So this is, I think this is a common experience, right? Like you feel a craving for some new object or some new achievement. You work hard at it, but then once you have it, it's just normal and routine. So like, I at the moment, maybe I have a fairly sort of standard television, and then I see in the shop that there's this brand new television that looks like it's really special. I crave the new television, and then once I buy it, I'm going to feel pleasure for a few hours or a day or maybe a bit longer, but I'm pretty quickly going to go back to baseline. Once I've got that new television, it's like my state just sort of adjusts to it. It just becomes normal to me. And then I'm going to want something else, right? Maybe I'm going to want a new car or an even better television or something else. But notice what's happened here, right? By having this object that I desire, owning the desired object, that hasn't really produced any lasting pleasure at all. Instead, like I produced a bit of pleasure. I got a bit of pleasure when I satisfied the desire for it. But now you know, several weeks later, it's just one among many objects that are sort of, you know, that are just kind of normal to me. They're just part of the background, and that, you know, I have anxiety over losing. You know, that's all I'm left with, really, is the concern that it might break down, or that somebody might take it, or in a sense, it's not really giving me any pleasure at all. I'm just, if I have any feelings about it at all, the feeling is probably going to be anxiety over losing it, or it breaking down, or something like that. I have, in a sense, made myself a slave of this external thing. You know, I'm focused only on keeping the thing that I already have, and it's not really producing much satisfaction anymore. So the result of these 2 points is that we are always in pursuit of something new. We are always driven by new desires, and we never achieve any lasting satisfaction through fulfilling these desires. The pursuit of happiness is like a treadmill where we are just constantly running to stay in the same place, right? We never like get off the treadmill. We never manage to run fast enough to get off it. So it's not just frustrated desires that produce suffering. It's also fulfilled desires, right? The positive experience of fulfilling a desire will itself come with suffering. Okay, third, there is suffering due to conditions. Now, conditions here means the factors that are responsible for rebirth. So this is connected to Buddhist notions of rebirth. The reason that rebirth results in suffering, at least according to Mark Sideritz, is that rebirth entails re-death. So we can't escape suffering and impermanence through death, because this is just going to confront us with impermanence again. Like when we die, we will be reborn, and then we're just going to be confronted with suffering and impermanence again. The expectation of an endless succession of future lives, all of them deeply unsatisfactory, is going to produce a kind of existential angst. We're trapped in this endless cycle of birth, inadequate life, and then we lose the life, and then it's rebirth over and over and over and over. And it's natural to think, in the face of this, you know, what the hell's the point of it all? And if you believe in rebirth, then even suicide is not going to alleviate suffering, because you're just going to be reborn again. Of course, this specific form of suffering is not going to be so pertinent to Westerners. Few of us believe in reincarnation. But I think suffering due to rebirth is best seen as just one manifestation of a more general kind of suffering, which Sideritz calls existential suffering. And existential suffering is brought about due to a sense of a lack of meaning or purpose, or a clash between our conception of ourselves and what we observe in ourselves. In general, when something makes somebody happy, it's because they take that thing to quote Sideritz, to say good things about who they are and where they are going. Now, the problem with, for instance, belief in reincarnation is it can lead to this sense of ennui, right? Like all my life is for nothing, because one day I'm just going to die and it's going to start again. And like I'm not going anywhere. I'm just trapped in this endless cycle. But similarly, for those of us who do not believe in reincarnation, if we think that death is annihilation, there's also a sense of ennui there. I might think like, you know, what's the point of all of this? Or one day I'm going to die and be obliterated. All of the things I've achieved will be meaningless. The world will go on without me, indifferent to who I was or what I did. You know, I find myself unable to locate any substantial meaning or purpose. So, you know, we have this existential suffering, this like lack of meaning, this sense that, like, you know, I kind of take myself to be important. You know, like that's part of my self-conception, but then I observe that I'm just one among many humans, and I have a short life, and it's going to be completely annihilated. And like, what's the importance of that? You know, this is existential suffering. Moreover, existential suffering is built into other forms of suffering. Consider again physical pains. Suppose that I have a toothache. Well, on the one hand, there's the unpleasant sensation. I don't want this sensation, so that creates suffering in itself. But then I'm also going to reflect on that sensation, and I'm gonna worry about things. I'm gonna think, you know, how long is this gonna last? Will I ever get better? And what does this say about me? I mean, if I have a toothache, maybe that means that I'm diseased. You know, I once classified myself. I saw myself as healthy, independent, right? But now I'm diseased. I'm in a suboptimal state. So what does that say about my life and my future? What if the disease gets worse? Will I become dependent on others? So because I'm now classifying myself as diseased, this is in conflict with my self-image as a healthy, independent individual. I feel that my life has been drained of meaning and value. That's existential suffering. Existential suffering occurs when our own lives fail to meet our standards for meaning and value. And of course, moreover, we find existential suffering in many of our pleasures as well. So the most obvious example of this would be cases of like acrasia or weakness of the will. I don't want to desire chocolate cake because I know that the chocolate cake will negatively affect my health and my physical appearance. But I do have the desire for it, and I just can't stop myself. I'm compelled by the sensory pleasures of the chocolate cake. And so, I'm eating the chocolate cake, yet even as I'm eating it, I'm experiencing, well, first of all, I'm experiencing this problem of impermanence because the pleasure will disappear as soon as I've swallowed the cake, and I'll just have the desire for more. But then second, there's this existential suffering in the negative evaluation of myself. Like I've fallen into temptation. I am weak. I am unable to control myself. So even as I'm experiencing the sensory pleasure, I'm thinking, what does this say about me and where my life is going? And this is suffering. Of course, this is a very bleak picture of the human condition. But we're not without hope, because as the Buddhist sees it, that the fundamental problem is that unenlightened people exist in a state of ignorance. In particular, they fail to recognize three important facts or three marks of existence. This is suffering, impermanence, and non-self. Now, we've spoken about suffering and impermanence. Obviously, people recognize that there is suffering, but they're generally ignorant of the depth and prevalence of suffering. Hopefully, the discussion that discussing the forms of suffering has done something to illuminate just how poor the quality of our lives actually is. So maybe you're not so ignorant anymore. But yeah, we've spoken a bit about suffering and impermanence. Non-self. What's this idea of non-self? Now, I should say before getting into this, it's worth noting that, again, we have this distinction between unenlightened persons and enlightened persons. Now, we have not attained a state of enlightenment. At least I assume we haven't. I don't know, maybe some of you have. But
according to Buddhism, only 30-something people have really achieved enlightenment through the method of, I'm thinking, only 30 to a few hundred people have, depending on the method you're trying to achieve transcendence with.
So one of the issues here is that any description of things like non-self is necessarily going to be limited. This is something that is fully understood only once enlightenment is attained. So the best we can do is kind of point in the direction of these things. But the basic idea is that unenlightened persons assume that there is a self, where the idea of self is, this means the essence of each individual. So to say that I have a self, or that I am a self, is to say that there is some part of me that continues to exist through the many changes to my body and my mind. And this thing is necessary and sufficient for my existence. My body and my mind are made up of various parts. I have eyes, nose, limbs, organs. I have desires, beliefs, moods, feelings, thoughts. And all of these are in constant flux, right? They're constantly changing. My body ages and grows. My different thoughts are going to pop into existence and go out of existence. But I exist through all of these changes. I exist for my whole lifetime, maybe longer if there's an afterlife. My existence does not require that all the parts of my body and mind continue to exist. So if my hand were chopped off, I would still exist. The self is whatever part of me is essential. It's the thing without which I would not exist. That's me, right? And then the other aspects of my body and mind are mine. They're sort of possessed by the self. My hands are mine, but they're not me. The mental images passing through my mind are mine, but they're not me. Myself is me. Myself is what is what grounds my persistence over time. Now, this assumption, this assumption of self, is, as the Buddhist sees it, the key aspect of suffering. So what happens is something like this. we have sensory contact with various things in the world. We interact with the world. And the interaction with the world provokes feelings of pleasure or pain, happiness or sadness. These feelings result in desires. We desire the pleasurable things, and we resist the painful things. Now, desires involve acts of appropriation. Appropriation is a kind of like mental reaching out. It's a mental grasping for things. So I grasp for things that I expect will fulfill my desires. I grasp for things that have given me pleasure and for ways of avoiding being in pain. Now, this act of appropriation involves a distinction between self and other, because only that which is external to me can be appropriated. If it were not external to me, then if it were internal, it would already be mine. I guess in the same sort of way that like certain thoughts and feelings are kind of already mine. So appropriation involves this distinction between myself and other things external to me. In appropriation, I kind of mentally and sometimes physically take certain things to be me, to be essential to my identity. And this may include things that no longer exist or things that do not yet exist. But I imagine myself as this fixed thing, and I seek to preserve it. And of course, this fixed thing can be subject to pleasures and pains and so on. Already we see the potential for suffering here, because when my actual bodily and mental condition fails to meet my self-conception, I will suffer, right? That's a kind of existential suffering. So anyway, I take certain things to be me, right, to be part of my identity, and then I take other things to be mine, right? These things belong to me, they're my possessions, and this will fulfill or frustrate desires depending on my attitude to those things. When a pleasure is mine, that fulfills my desires. When a pain is mine, that frustrates my desires. So there's this assumption that there is a self, a me, for which events may have a significance or a meaning. And when it is found that the desired kind of life is not to be had, or when it is found that achievements are not bringing the expected sense of meaning or degree of happiness, suffering is experienced. So this is sort of the fundamental source of suffering. The Buddhist has in some ways a deeply pessimistic view of the quality of life. Life is very bad, and I mean it's actually much worse than most people even realize. People are generally deluded about the prevalence and depth of suffering. Our desires create a kind of illusion because we expect that fulfilling desires will bring satisfaction. It won't. In fact, it will do the opposite. Very often, like, fulfilling desires is just going to create more suffering. So unenlightened people are sort of stuck in this condition of blindly pursuing their own suffering. They pursue their desires because they think that's going to alleviate suffering, but it's actually just going to lead to further suffering. Okay, so that's the Buddhist perspective on well-being among the unenlightened. But what about the enlightened?
Yeah.
Well, here we come to the third and fourth noble truths. The cessation of suffering can be achieved by eliminating desire, by overcoming attachment, and with this we reach a state of enlightenment. Well, what exactly is this state? So, suffering results from ignorance, and it's alleviated by fully overcoming ignorance. We must fully understand the facts of suffering, impermanence, and most notably, non-self. There is no such thing as a self. The desire for ordinary goods assumes that I am a kind of entity that could be made better off by attaining such things. But there is no such entity. There is nothing that is separate from various experiences, that is the subject of these experiences, and for which these experiences have good or bad meanings. There is nothing making the demand for meaning. In the state of enlightenment, this fact, the fact of non-self, is fully grasped. Enlightened persons realize that they are not selves. The assumption of self, right, is false, right? This is why we're in a state of ignorance. Now, I'm going to briefly note a couple of standard Buddhist arguments for non-self, but it's worth bearing in mind that even when people intellectually recognize the illusion of selfhood, that's not going to, in itself, alleviate that illusion. the assumption of selfhood will still guide behavior and attitudes and so on. It's not enough to just accept various rational arguments. Buddhism also involves practices like meditation that aim to fully dislodge the false belief. I mean, this is kind of the point of the fourth noble truth, where you have this set of prescriptions for how to overcome suffering, right? Like that set of prescriptions is giving you a set of practices to overcome self. But that's something that can't really be communicated in a video like this. So I'll go through the arguments so that we get some sense of what the state of enlightenment is supposed to be. But, you know, again, like that, I mean, I can't make you enlightened by just giving you rational arguments. So one argument is what we might call the parts argument. So on the traditional Buddhist view, persons consist of 5 aspects. There are the physical parts, so that's the body, you know, limbs and organs and so on. There are feelings, so pains and pleasures. There are perceptions, and this is the sensory content, like the things that you see and hear and touch and smell. There are volitions, emotions, physiological drives like hunger and thirst. And finally, there is consciousness, which is the awareness of physical and mental states. And this exhausts what makes up a person. So, right, there are 5 and only 5 aspects, right? This is what persons consist of. But then the Buddhist argues that there is nothing in any of these categories that could constitute a self. So there is no self. Why is the self not to be found in any of these parts? Well, a traditional argument goes like this. All 5 aspects are impermanent. Take any of these aspects, sooner or later, it's going to cease to exist. But the self is permanent, because the self is what undergoes rebirth. The self, the self is supposed to be what undergoes rebirth, right? The self is supposed to be what exists perpetually and independently from any particular life. So,
Well, I don't really.
I mean, again, you know, most of us probably don't accept that argument, but this kind of argument can be modified. So we can note that over a single lifetime, all of these 5 aspects can change, and I mean, any part of these 5 aspects could be lost entirely. But the self is supposed to persist over a lifetime. So take the body. The body consists of various parts. I could, in principle, live without any particular part. I could replace my heart with an artificial device. I could remove one of the hemispheres of my brain, as has happened to people who have undergone hemispherectomies. In principle, I could exchange all of the parts of my body for other parts. Indeed, on an atomic level, that's already happening. All of the atoms of my body are constantly being replaced. And yet, I survive through these changes. So I, myself, cannot be identified with any of these parts. What about the mind? Well, here again, there is no enduring thing. The mind is rather there's sort of a series of distinct events. So I experience a pleasure, then a pain, then a sensory impression of blue, then maybe an anger, then a mental image of a unicorn, then a hope, right? There's this chaotic bundle of feelings, perceptions, volitions, and because these follow each other in quick succession, some of them overlapping others, we have this illusion of identity over time. But what's actually going on is just a series of different things constantly popping into existence and going out of existence. You might find this familiar if you've read Hume. This is very similar to Hume's bundle theory. I have a video on Hume's account of the self that I will link in the description. Even consciousness is not permanent through one's life. For certain periods of life, I shift to an unconscious state, or at the very least, an altered state of consciousness. When I'm in a dreamless sleep or a coma, I'm not fully conscious, but I'm still me. I assume that when I go to sleep, it's not that I'm going to die and then a different person will wake up in the morning. I persist through states of altered or reduced or even absent consciousness. So if we look at all the parts that make up a person, a self is nowhere to be found. None of them is a persisting thing. None of them persists over a lifetime. So there is no self. Again, I talk about this kind of argument a bit more in my video on Hume's account of personal identity. So yeah, check that out for further discussion and for some objections to this sort of argument. Okay, a second Buddhist argument is the control argument. So Mark Sideritz asks us to consider the following statement. I felt okay about my hair today, but my nails look pretty ratty. I need to do something about them. So this statement gives us another sense of what the self might be. Notice that this statement refers to an entity, to the I, and this entity evaluates things and seeks to change those things that it judges to be unsatisfactory. We can call this the executive function. So the self, we might say, is whatever part of the person performs the executive function. Now, at this point, we can appeal to the anti-reflexivity principle, which says that an entity cannot operate on itself. For example, a knife can cut, or we can at least use it to attempt to cut basically anything, but it can't even attempt to cut itself. A finger can point at anything, but it can't point at itself. You couldn't even attempt to make a finger point at itself. Now, there are potential counterexamples to this kind of thing, right? You might say, well, a doctor could operate on herself. The problem is, so with this example, when the doctor treats a wound on her own body, for example, what's actually going on is that, you have a part of the doctor that is wounded, and then you have other parts of the doctor that are operating on the wound, right? It's not that the wound is operating on itself. Actually, it occurs to me with the finger example. I suppose you could curl your finger around, and then you might say, well, I can try to get my finger to point at itself that way. But of course, what's happening there is there's like one part of the finger is being used, or you're attempting to use it to point at another part of the finger. So the point is, when a situation is described in full detail, we see that no entity can operate on itself. Okay, so suppose then that the self is what performs the executive function. Well, it follows from the anti-reflexivity principle that it can perform the executive function on other parts of the person, but it can't perform it on itself. It cannot evaluate and seek to change itself. So I can, I'm never going to find myself dissatisfied and seek to change whatever myself is. So we can identify the self by looking at what it is we're able to evaluate and what it is we're able to seek to change. If there is some part of the person that the person cannot evaluate and seek to change, we have identified the self. Okay, well, consider again the 5 aspects of persons: physical parts, feelings, perceptions, volitions, and consciousness. Well, for each of these, I can evaluate and seek to change them. I can try to change my physical body. I can desire to experience different feelings and perceptions. I can desire that my desires themselves be different. I might desire not to desire chocolate cake. I can desire to be the kind of person who is not even tempted by chocolate cake. I can desire different states of consciousness. So the argument is, the self is something that I can never evaluate and seek to change, but I can evaluate and seek to change all parts of my body and mind. So there is no self. Incidentally, note that this is not to say that there is nothing that performs the executive function. Clearly there is, because we're constantly, evaluating and seeking to change ourselves. But it's not one thing persisting over time. So at one time, one set of parts performs the executive function. At another time, a different set of parts performs the executive function. There is no single enduring thing that is performing that function. Okay, those are a couple of very simple arguments for non-self. And I mean, this doesn't, again, these are very simple arguments, and they probably don't really communicate they're not going to give you a full understanding of what this is, but it hopefully should give you some idea of what the Buddhist has in mind. Again, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because the arguments here aren't really the point. I'm presenting these arguments to give you a sense of what it might mean to accept non-self. Even if you think these arguments are sound, you're still going to be captured by the illusion of self because it takes practice to overcome that. But that's the state of enlightenment. It is the deep understanding of non-self. It is fully overcoming the illusion of self. When that happens, you will be liberated from, or maybe I shouldn't even say you will be. Maybe I should say there will be liberation from desire and suffering. Now, all of this that I've said here raises a couple of problems when we're trying to think of when we're asking the question of what it is to have well-being, what is well-being in the state of enlightenment. So the state of enlightenment is often characterized in kind of negative terms. So it's a matter of eliminating suffering, eliminating desire, eliminating the self. But if enlightenment is just an absence of these things, then the same outcome could be achieved by death. So why not just commit suicide?
Why not just commit?
Well, historical Buddhism has an answer to that. Suicide ain't going to help because of the cycle of rebirth.
That's bull.
Enlightenment permits escape from rebirth. But we don't believe in rebirth anyway. So, if death is total annihilation, then you get the same benefits as enlightenment. I mean, that looks like enlightenment, right? I mean, in death, in annihilation, there's no self, there's no desire, there's no suffering. So the question here is whether there is some positive characterization of the enlightened state. Now, in fact, there are things that can be said here. So Gowans describes it as a state of joyful tranquility. Sideritz, quoting a monk, describes it as a state of boundless loving kindness, compassion, altruistic joy, and equanimity. So it looks like we've got this. It involves a state of peace of mind, or ataraxia. It involves a state of deep contentment with whatever comes to pass, plus a sense of kinship and compassion for all other beings. Now, the problem is that when we try to understand this in a bit more detail, it's difficult to make it coherent. So on the one hand, you might say, well, okay, so let's take compassion. Okay, that makes sense. If you might think that follows fairly straightforwardly from non-self. So we find in the world there are many states of suffering. As an unenlightened person, I think of some of those states of suffering as belonging to me, and some of those states of suffering as belonging to others. And of course, I care primarily about what affects me. But if there are no selves to be the bearers of suffering, then I mean, there's no difference. There's no difference between my suffering and your suffering. I can't say that, I can't say that some state is bad for me specifically and another state is bad for someone else. They're just bad. It's just suffering unattached to anybody in particular. And so, yeah, that you can kind of see how if you have that sort of view of the world, you're going to have compassion. You're going to be concerned about all suffering. But the problem is, once we fully embrace non-self, we're free of suffering. So what's the point of compassion, right? I mean, and if you were to say, well, compassion is directed towards other people who are suffering, well, now you're assuming that there are selves again. You're assuming a self-other distinction again.
That's because you're not enlightened, my brother. If you become enlightened, then you've detached yourself from all desires, and therefore it doesn't matter if you have a body, because you will not suffer. So that's what I disagree with, because I agree with you, actually. That's the flaw of Buddhism, is the fact that you can never get rid of your body, so you're always going to be stuck with physical desires no matter what. You can ignore them and say, ignore your desires and not respond to them, but the desires are impossible to get rid of. You cannot not dislike physical pain / suffering, like torment, like if your limbs are getting ripped off or whatever, or a nail hammered into you. Like, it will suck no matter what, no matter how enlightened you are. So it's I mean, I agree with you, being in the body, sucky wucky no matter what. But what the Buddhist is saying is that all desire stems from suffering, that you have to have a desire to not suffer, but if you end up not having the desire to not suffer and you do not care if you suffer, then it's no longer, if you no longer feel a desire not to feel pain, then you're no longer suffering. So, I mean, I think that's just silly. I think it's impossible to not dislike physical agony, but, when it comes down to it, hey. Oh yeah, Buddhism is really great. I love most things about Buddhism.
Indeed, in many Buddhist texts, compassion is presented more as a tool. So it's like cultivating compassion is part of the practice that will allow you to realize non-self, and so allow you to realize enlightenment. It's a step on the road to enlightenment, but it's not so obvious that compassion is a property of enlightenment itself. Or at least if enlightenment does involve compassion, then that term is being used in a very different sense to the normal usage. So it remains very hard to characterize enlightenment in positive terms that would allow us to say that, so that would allow us to say, okay, this is why you shouldn't commit suicide. This is why you should put in the work of following the Eightfold Path rather than just commit suicide. So enlightenment sort of has this. I mean, again, this is because we're unenlightened, right? Because we're in this state of ignorance, and it takes a lot of work to overcome that. You know, we can't really grasp what enlightenment is. So when we try to think of it in detail, when we ask, like, okay, but what exactly does compassion mean here? We find ourselves, you know, running into paradoxes. Now, the ineffability of enlightenment raises a further problem. We've seen that for unenlightened persons, well-being is always going to be deeply flawed. Like, life is deeply flawed. Life is suffering. And enlightenment is presented as a solution to this problem. But it's also very hard to state, I mean, not just hard, it's impossible to state in positive terms what exactly the state of enlightenment is like. But in that case, I might think, well, how can I, as an unenlightened person, judge that enlightenment would be better? In fact, in some ways, the question seems sort of ill-formed, because in the enlightened state, there's not going to be a me, you know, that's distinguished from others. I mean, it looks like, so, you know, there are things I can say, like, so the state of enlightenment is absent any conception of self, it's absent of desire, absent of suffering, absent of value judgment. But, you know, that's even that much, even to say that, we're imagining something that's so far from our normal conception of ourselves and our experiences that it's, I mean, it's hard to even, I mean, it's hard to comprehend this. It's hard to frame this in terms of our ordinary ways of thinking about well-being. How can I judge that I would be better off achieving a state which is not even comprehensible to me? If I can't comprehend what the state of enlightenment is like, then, you know, like, how can I, like, weigh it against my current state? So basically, the problem is that the Buddhist is presenting enlightenment as a solution to a problem. But because we can't properly comprehend enlightenment, we can't assess whether or not it's
pain to some degree or another, discomfort, itches, whatever. But I know for a damn fact that I'd be better off not feeling discomfort / pain or suffering. You know, like, it's just a fact. So it's like, you know, even if enlightenment is just the absence of any painful experience and there's no pleasurable experience to it, and just the absence of pain is a euphoria in itself, as Ephilism suggests, as like, you know, I mean, it's just like, so what? It's clearly obviously better. Like, not suffering by definition is better. Pain is by definition an unwanted experience. By not experiencing unwanted experiences, you are having a comparatively better experience.
It's an acceptable solution. Actually, I suppose the Buddhist might say that they're not really presenting it as a solution to a problem. What they're doing is they're not solving a problem, they're dissolving it, right? So it's not that enlightenment gives you well-being. It's rather that there will just be no longer any concern for well-being. You know, what we thought was a problem isn't really a problem at all. So, you know, you might want to put it in those terms. But the point is, however we phrase it, right, we have a distinction between these two states, the unenlightened state and the enlightened state, and we're not able to comprehend what one of those states is like. So how can we make an assessment? Well, perhaps one way to look at it is this. We can distinguish the point of view of unenlightened persons from the point of view of enlightened persons. Now, from the point of view of unenlightened persons, the unenlightened are in a state of dissatisfaction and suffering, no matter how many ordinary goods they are able to acquire. The enlightened, by contrast, are in a state of contentment, even when they lack what we would think of as ordinary goods. Even when they are poor, struck by illness, in great physical pain, they exist in this state of just easy tranquility. I mean, this isn't something, like, we don't have to ask them about this. Like, we can just see it. We can see it in their behavior, right? And it's not something they even have to work at. It's not that they're ignoring the pain, finding ways to distract themselves. Like, you know, if I were to burn my hand, I might shout and swear to distract myself. But the enlightened persons, they just seem able to accept it. They just seem completely content with it. And they're free from any kind of attachment or craving. There's a famous...
Yeah, but a lot of these people have also, like, set themselves on fire and stuff, like burn themselves and cause themselves to, like, step on hot coals and shit. So they've basically inflicted physical suffering on themselves, like, many times in the past, to kind of grow, like, callous to it in a way. Like, you know, it's not like just like one day they're just like, it just happened. I have become enlightened. And then like some dude can just like stab them in like the fucking like chest like 3 times, and they're just like, I feel nothing. I do not care. You know, it's just like no. I mean, if they like somehow like cut their body, scar tissue everywhere or whatever, you know, and then someone stabbed them, you know, then they're like, yeah, I feel nothing. But yeah, it's just like
There was a monk who set himself on fire, and
yeah, it's pretty metal.
he burned himself to death in protest of something the government was doing. It was used as the front cover of Rage Against the Machine's first album, and
And I'm willing to bet my life on it that if you hooked his brain up to a fucking like a bunch of things to his side of his skull or whatever, and it's like sensed his neurons firing, they'd be like flashing pain right like everywhere. Like he'd be like screaming. It's just that he's disciplined. So
the witnesses to that said he just seemed completely calm. You know, there was no indication at all of like, you know, he just set himself on fire, just sat there and seemed completely content as he burned to death. So like that's something that as an unenlightened person, I can observe that. You know, I can observe that state, which from my point of view is free of suffering. So when I see someone make the transition from unenlightened to enlightened, I see that as
maybe it's possible that they truly haven't become enlightened, and if that's the case, then we all should meditate. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's negative utilitarian. Yeah, we should all start meditating if somehow it detaches us from all physical suffering. But you have to remember that the ones who haven't actually become enlightened yet, they still suffer, and their value is equal to your own because you know you don't exist in Buddhism. So they're just raw suffering. Basically, you're just a raw experience generator, and they're just a raw experience generator. So until you make ever become enlightened, you still have a duty to prevent their raw experience generating of negative experiences. So, which is one of the things Buddhism doesn't really highlight. They're just kind of like, yeah, man, you become enlightened, then you just like big chill, and then it's just like, yeah, but everybody else is suffering, and they're like, yeah, but I'm not. So lol.
a self who has increased their well-being. Now, of course, from the point of view of enlightened persons, things look very different. From their point of view, there is no self, there's no distinction between persons, perhaps there's no well-being. You know, like once the state of enlightenment is reached, the problem of well-being it's dissolved. But of course, we're not enlightened. We can't comprehend that. We only see things from our point of view. And from our point of view, attaining enlightenment means significantly increasing our well-being. That gives us the motivation to do it. So I guess the point here is we don't need to know precisely what the enlightened state is like from the point of view of the enlightened person in order to judge that it's better, right? We can take our point of view, we can take our unenlightened point of view, and we can see that the enlightened state is better because it's free of suffering. There's an important distinction in Buddhism that this touches on between what's known as conventional truth and ultimate truth. Now, this distinction can be defined in different ways, but here's how Mark Sideritz defines it. A statement is conventionally true if and only if it is acceptable to common sense and consistently leads to successful practice. And a statement is ultimately true if and only if it corresponds to the facts and neither asserts nor presupposes the existence of any conceptual fictions. A conceptual fiction is a term that seems to refer to a thing, and we take it to refer to that thing, but in fact, there is no such thing that could be the referent of the term. So think of a term like house. Well, house refers to this whole jumble of different things: bricks, walls, windows, foundations. Maybe it also refers to things inside the walls. And of course, house is going to pick out different jumbles of things in different areas because everybody's house is different. So it's like it's referring to a jumble of things and then a different jumble of things in different locations. Everybody's house is made of different parts in a slightly different structure. But we think of a house, we like think of that as a sort of single thing with a single form because that's convenient to us. It serves our interests. If you were to take exactly the same parts that my house is made of, but then there's an earthquake and all of the parts end up scattered in a field, you wouldn't call that a house. You'd call it a heap of rubble. And I mean, the reason why you wouldn't call it a house is because it wouldn't serve our interests to classify it as a house. It's all of the same parts are there, but it just doesn't serve our interests to classify it as a house anymore. Houses do not exist mind independently. We've sort of made them up. We've kind of constructed them mentally. Right? When we have certain sets of parts, we see it as a single thing because it's convenient to us. And that same point applies to pretty much everything we talk about. If you take the parts of a house, like if you take a brick, well, brick is a conceptual fiction too, for the same reason. And of course, selves and persons are conceptual fictions. When I talk about myself and other individuals, when I ascribe states to these individuals, I'm using conceptual fictions. But of course, when we talk about houses or we talk about individuals, we're not just talking nonsense, right? So I can say, Verity's house survived the earthquake and Sydney's did not. That's true. That's a perfectly sensible statement. It's true. But it's a conventional truth. And those of us who are unenlightened, will act on conventional truth, right? You know, we see things in terms of conceptual fictions. We see things in terms of conventional truth. That's what guides our action. Well, in the same way, then, it is a conventional truth that unenlightened people are in a state of suffering, while enlightened people have achieved release from suffering and have achieved well-being, right? So we depict enlightenment in the language of conventional truth, and we see that it's better. And, you know, that's what we act on, right? We act on conventional truth because we're unenlightened. Of course, for people who've achieved enlightenment, conceptual fictions and conventional truth are not required anymore. They've accessed ultimate truth. But, you know, again, like as unenlightened people, we act on conventional truth. So that perhaps answers this problem of you know, how we judge that enlightenment is better. There's a final problem about attaining enlightenment, though. So, okay, suppose that I come to recognize that enlightenment is better and, you know, it would improve my well-being to attempt to attain it. Well, now I face this kind of paradox. This is how Sideritz presents it. I'm altering his terminology slightly. So, first, enlightenment is inherently desirable. Second, self-interested desires prevent us from attaining enlightenment. Third, in order to attain enlightenment, one must train oneself to give up self-interested desires. Fourth, one does not engage in deliberate action unless one desires the foreseen result of the action. Sideritz actually frames this in terms of what he calls selfish desires. I think self-interested is better here because, so what we have in mind here is desires to make oneself better off, right? Desires to improve one's own well-being. When we talk about selfish desires, we might think of that as like benefiting yourself at the expense of others, but that's not what we have in mind here, right? So think of this like self-interested desires just means desires just to make yourself better off, and that might include making other people better off as well, right? But like those desires prevent you from attaining enlightenment. Okay, so the paradox. Well, the third proposition here suggests that we're not going to attain enlightenment just through luck. We have to work at it, and that's because we're all subject to self-interested desires, and it requires effort to overcome these. It's not just going to happen, right? Like you need to work at it. Proposition 4 tells us that nobody's going to put in that work of attaining enlightenment unless it's something they desire. So in order to attain enlightenment, you have to desire enlightenment. And of course, the first proposition tells us that it's reasonable to desire it because enlightenment is a positive state. Now, the problem is, the second proposition tells us that this desire, the desire for enlightenment, will in itself prevent the attainment of enlightenment. Basically, the problem is that to attain enlightenment, you have to obtain enlightenment, you have to give up the desire for enlightenment. But if you give up the desire for enlightenment, it looks like you're not going to get it because you won't work at it, right? And you need to work at it in order to get it. So we have this problem of like motivation, this kind of paradox of action. What might we say to this? Well, I mean, we might draw comparisons to other situations that have a similar kind of structure. Indeed, this is similar to the more well-known paradox of happiness. So people desire happiness, but it's commonly said, you know, if you aim to achieve happiness directly, you're not likely to get it. Right? If you want to have happiness, you need to focus on other goals. You should focus on doing meaningful activities and forming deep relationships with others and so on. And you should sort of not worry about happiness. Like, stop worrying about happiness, focus on other things, and that way you'll achieve happiness as a byproduct. But if you aim to achieve happiness, you're not going to get it. So, you know, it's kind of a similar thing here, maybe. Of course, the situation with enlightenment is a little bit trickier because it's not enough merely to aim at something else, right? In the case of happiness, it's like, okay, don't aim for happiness, aim for something else, aim to engage in meaningful activities. With enlightenment, you're not aiming for something else. You have to give up aiming altogether. But you can't aim to give up aiming because that would itself be another aim. So, you know, again, I mean, I assume the Buddhist response here would be that we're hitting the limits of intellectual inquiry. As we said before, it's not simply a set of beliefs, it's a host of practices. So we might well begin with the desire to attain enlightenment, then we engage in a bunch of the relevant practices, and it's through engaging in those practices that we will come to lose that desire, hopefully. Okay, then. Well, that's everything I wanted to talk about today. Thank you for watching.
The most important part, if you do go back and watch this video at some point, is the well-being and suffering section in the very first 20-ish minutes. That's talking about the nature of desires and suffering. I mean, obviously, I think that desire is cause of mental suffering, but physical suffering, I think, is separate. I think there's like emotional suffering and like desire, and like emotional suffering is kind of like related to like unfulfilled desires or whatever. But when it comes down to it, like if you're in pain or whatever, or like physical pain, like I don't think you could just like will that away. Like I don't think you can just be like, yeah, man, I just don't care, you know. Somebody's sawing my leg off like 1 millimeter at a time over the course of like an hour. It's just like, I'm pretty sure that a Buddhist, no matter how enlightened they are, is gonna not have a very pleasant time. You know, they're not gonna be very just like, yeah, man, this is a neutral state. You know, it's just some of my atoms being scattered about. Like, I'm 99.9% sure they're gonna be like, yeah, this kind of sucks. So all I'm gonna say is Buddhism's pretty much right when it comes to the nature of suffering. That life is, in fact, suffering all the way down to the core. I just think that it's actually slightly worse than when Buddhists say that. Buddhists say that they have a solution. I kind of just think there's no solution at all. That the only solution is what King kind of slightly suggested, which is death, as you know, lack of any pain is enlightenment / true comfort. You know, true serenity is the lack of all pain. So death would achieve that also. But, you know, hey, what do I know? My debate strips are useless.
I don't know. What do you think about it all?
I mean, I think for me, it's not really about like feeling depleted. I feel like pretty good how I am. It's more just like I would like our homestead to like actually be like off-grid self-sufficient as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And I think like I don't want to say it's impossible to do that without animals, because I think like it's definitely possible, and it's substantially more possible in a tropical climate.
Yeah.
It's just like when I look at the timeline, it feels like it'll take like 15 to 20 years to get there without animals.
Yeah.
And I think like with like if we have chickens and
Like
like
exploiting
hunting and
things
fishing and stuff like that,
I don't
like
have
2
to
years.
rely on society because I'm a conservative and I hate people. Gosh, do I just hate things of equal value to myself. I just care about my in-group and my survival. Fuck society, let's abandon and become self-sufficient by exploiting animals. Love it. Gotta
Hey,
love it.
what is going on, guys? So today we're going to be responding to Wild We Roam, who is apparently no longer vegan. This type of video where I respond formally in a video to an ex-vegan is something I haven't seriously done in a while. Responding to these types of ex-vegan videos in a formal way is something I started doing when I first started on YouTube, but then over time, I just got more interested in other types of content, especially because a lot of these videos are just so similar.
And the journey has just begun.
And going through the journey. And his journey had a lot to do with my journey, because obviously
This is just my own personal journey.
So Wild We Roam released a video titled No Longer Vegan, and I skim watched it and thought some of the reasoning for deciding to start violating animal rights again was super interesting to hear. Let's get into it.
I think it's time that we make like a really big change. And that change is that I don't want to be vegan anymore. And it's really weird because I've been vegan for almost a decade. I've just been doing so much.
It's just what happens when you don't believe in objective ethics. You just kind of act in your wants. I mean, if you don't believe anything truly matters, and it's just kind of aligning your wants consistently, you can just kind of change it up. I mean, if you're a serial killer, you can be pretty consistent with your ethics. You just not give a shit about anybody, you know? I'm sure if you asked Ted Bundy, he would be like, "Hey man, I'm consistent with my ethics. I'd stab all of you to death equally, including my own mom. Haha, did it, lol." You know? So it's just kind of like, you don't believe in objective ethics. I mean, you're being wishy-washy is a common occurrence.
Thinking, and I've been craving animal products so much for honestly the last 10 months. That's like how hard of a decision this has been for me to make this change, because I just thought I was going to be vegan forever. And then I just kept getting this like cravings for eggs or cravings for chicken or craving for steak. And I don't know if it's because I'm postpartum and I'm just like nursing my son so much, or growing the baby, or now also being more connected to farmers, or having our own land and wanting to live as closely to the land as we can and be fully self-sufficient. But all of these different factors together, I think it's like finally time.
So this is interesting. So far, the reason given for going back to eating animals is that she feels she has been craving animal products. She didn't bother to get any blood work done or see if her current diet is lacking in anything. She just feels a craving for animal products. Well, surely having cravings for the body parts or secretions of another shouldn't qualify as a justification for killing or exploiting them for either. It's also interesting because, although I could be wrong in my interpretation here, it seems as though she is connecting this craving to some potential deficiency she may be having, a deficiency which she has not tested for according to the contents of this video. If she is doing this, I'm not sure how wise this is. I mean, I personally get cravings for junk food pretty often. And I don't just conclude that my craving for junk food is a sign that I need to consume junk food to resolve a kind of deficiency, or at the least that the thing I'm craving is something I need. If I did and decided to follow this kind of thought process, I would be obese.
And I know it might be kind of hard for some people to hear. I know for me, it was really hard, especially this first like half of me, the first 5 years of me being vegan, when people would say they aren't vegan anymore. It was like painful. It was like, oh my gosh, come on. Like they must not be eating the right way. They must not be like, taking the right supplements. And if they tried harder, they could make it work, whatever. And then the last 5 years, I've really like let go of all of them. Like everybody should just do what they want to do. Everybody's different and life is complicated and everyone's doing the best they can. So like, who am I to judge how people are eating?
This sentiment can sound very nice rhetorically, but after a little unpacking, what she's saying and the logical extension of it can sound quite scary. People are different, so they can do whatever they want in regard to diet. Really? If somebody craves veal and they feel they need veal in the way that you need eggs, is it justified for them to purchase and consume veal? And what if this feeling extends to them feeling like they need to only consume veal? Is it justified for them to just solely purchase veal? How far does this go? What if they crave dog meat or human meat? When you say things like people are different, so they should be able to do what they want to do, you're just giving a pass for people to eat whoever they want under certain circumstances. And presumably to her, one of these circumstances is similar to hers. For example, simply craving a particular food. If somebody feels a craving for humans, should we allow them to farm humans? Of course not. I get the whole who am I to judge thing and how it can make you sound so tolerant of others.
People are fucking filthy. They're monkeys. Basically deserve to be put down. Like, I'm getting a little angry. And when it comes down to it, we don't need degenerate people like this that are just like, yeah, I'm a vegan. I have so much principles. I've gained this huge ass following, and I want to eat meat now. I'm just gonna transition. Fuck all logic. Fuck all equal consideration of things. Fuck all that. Fuck technology. Fuck consequentialism. Fuck. Just basic logic in general. Like, look at any position, it's just like, we're just gonna eat them because me wanty, that equals good. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like a child. Like, it's like, I know children that have more empathy and more consistency than that. Like, not personally, but I've heard of children like saying like, like, do fish feel pain? And parents are like, I mean, I guess probably. And they're like, well, I don't want to eat fish anymore. It's like, yeah, okay, well, that kid has more fucking logical consistency than her. It's just like, well, it's like, what the fuck? People are literal monkeys.
But if somebody's individual lifestyle involves violating the rights of others because they crave them, of course you should have the right to judge them. This seems totally uncontroversial to me.
But I think this like morality that in this mindset that I've had around food has like made me be judging honestly myself as I started craving all these different foods. And that's been a very weird journey for me.
We're 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the video, and we have a journey. Very exciting stuff here, guys.
Is a journey.
Journey.
And I'm not sure why you should be morally judging yourself for craving animal products. Put simply, I don't think you should be judging yourself for having a feeling that you didn't choose to have. It's what you do with that feeling that has more room for judgment. If you have this feeling and then decide to start funding the systematic exploitation and murder of animals, I mean, yeah, that sounds like something worth judging somebody over. Wouldn't we do this for somebody who is craving dog meat, who then goes on to adopt dogs only to kill them for their flesh to satisfy the craving? What if someone did this with humans? They're, craving human meat, so they go and adopt humans only to kill them when they want to eat them to satisfy the craving.
Journey for me the last 10 months, especially like raising my child. I want to make sure that like I'm doing everything I can for him. And that's not to say that you can't raise healthy vegan kids. I'm sure like people can make it work. But for me, if I was craving all these foods, I was thinking about how we wanted to raise Max. I just realized that it's like this chapter of our life is come to an end. And yeah.
So that was a bit hard to follow. So I decided to write down what she just said. She said, quote, "I'm sure you can raise vegan kids. But for me, if I was craving these foods and I was thinking about how we wanted to raise Max, I just realized that it's like this chapter of our life is coming to an end. And yeah, not so sure what to gather from."
One, you can raise anybody vegan, as far as I'm aware. As far into science, you can be a vegan at any stage in your life, including while pregnant. Also, you shouldn't have biological children. You should adopt. So they're kind of horrible individuals for having biological children anyways. Not that they have free will, so it's not like they're horrible people for, they did a horrible action. I just better way to say it, but I don't like people who have biological children, so I like to say they're horrible. So fuck them, they're horrible. Ha ha ha. Don't care that they don't have free will. Fuck them anyways. They're assholes.
From that, it really just seemed like a ramble. If I try to be as charitable as possible, it seems she feels like because she's craving these foods, she thinks her son might. So I guess he should also eat animal products. I'm not really sure, but if this is what she meant, of course, none of this follows. Craving a food does not necessarily mean you need it or you need it to grow as a child. Also, just as a side note, I am a vegan who also craves animal products. I crave them for the 8+ years I've been vegan. So when I do crave them, I just consume vegan mock products and the cravings are fully satisfied.
I think the thing is, I have to be authentic to how I'm feeling. And right now, this is really like what I'm feeling. Like I need this.
So this is another example of that kind of rhetoric that sounds very nice on its face, but when you break it down, it's just like, no, you shouldn't do that. Just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean the right thing to do is to follow those feelings. Of course, there are many times where this isn't true and following your feelings is a good thing, but I'm just making the point that following your feelings isn't always the right thing to do. If you feel like cheating on somebody, you definitely shouldn't stay true to your authentic self in that moment. Or if you feel like eating somebody, like in her case.
It's weird because it's become part of my identity. And I think that that's part of it. I think becoming a mother was such a massive shift in my identity. And then my brain changed or something. And now I feel this need to just try to live as much as we can off the land. Potentially, Lou might get into hunting on our land. Like we have a really large deer population here.
So we have a John Venus type of ex-vegan, somebody who was once vegan and now feels like they may
do a study on like brain development and like how becoming a mother releases certain hormones and shit, and like see if it like makes you like statistically just like more fucking stupid. Because it seems to be the case that like once that like maternal instinct kicks in for like the rest of people's life, to just like throw any like sensibility out the window. It's just like somehow man becomes more smart than woman after they give birth or some shit, or become the maternal instinct kicks in. Just go full retard. Just kidding. I don't actually believe that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was possible. If the brain chemistry changes with the hormonal release of having a child.
I want to shoot deer in the heart.
I think it's really important for me, for my personal journey, to hunt and kill these animals myself.
This seems like another thing she just feels like she wants to do. I'm not totally sure if it is. I mean, here's another example of something you shouldn't do just because you feel like you want to do it.
We want to get chickens soon, and then we could eat eggs from chickens.
So it sounds like she is going to purchase laying hens from a breeder who have been artificially selected to the point of laying eggs at a very uncomfortable rate so that she can satisfy this egg craving of hers. It sounds very reasonable and fair to the laying hens who will now be laying eggs at a very uncomfortable rate to satisfy her egg craving, alongside the male baby chicks that would likely be killed off because they are useless to the egg industry.
But yeah, so now I think that's our plan. We're gonna have some eggs. Maybe Lou will get into like fly fishing or something like that. We could have some fish.
Using an artificial fly to lure fish to their death.
Well, yeah, fishing, who cares? I mean, he's gonna say some silly horse shit about how
because she is craving fish. I'm sure the fish will enjoy being ripped out of the water by a hook in their mouth.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll enjoy copulating, bringing many future generations in to be devouring their kin. Yeah, so what? It's gonna die no matter what. It's not gonna be pleasant. We all, this whole entire video was saying before this, life is suffering. By speeding up the process of death, all you do is just end the suffering quicker. And believe me, if you can end it before it copulates more and more and more, because it's going to live to have multiple seasons of breeding, that means less fishies doing the suffering. So I have no problem with hunting. I have no problem with fishing. I do have problems with breeding things into existence to then kill them, because, you know, that's basically creating a fire to then put it out, you know, and then you pat yourself on the back. Like, I ended its suffering. Yeah, but you also caused its suffering. So hence why I'm against farming. I'm against bringing things into existence, but ending things in the wild, that's unfortunately a mercy.
And presumably this is okay because she is craving fish. I'm not totally sure what kind of morality she is basing these decisions off of. I may contact my friends at Elwood Organic Dog Meat and ask if we can throw dogs in water and fish for them too, because I'm all of a sudden craving dog meat.
Maybe wild game. We also have friends who like raise goats, and like they killed the goat at their land and like did it in a very, like, I mean, it's hard. I feel like my words are gonna get twisted.
It sounds like she was just about to call the killing of a goat humane and then stopped herself because she realized just how ridiculous that sounds. Of course, murdering a goat who gives us zero reason to believe they would be better off dead is not humane.
But it's like if somebody we know raised an animal and killed the animal.
Well, there's plenty of reason to believe they're better off dead. I mean, we just went through the nature of, we went through promortalism a couple days ago, and we go through negative utilitarianism, which says there's no moral obligation to create pleasure, but there is moral obligation to prevent pain in others. So there's that perspective. There's the Buddhistic perspective we just covered today. So there's plenty of reasons to end one's life or another person's or animal's life early, especially if it's voluntary and wouldn't cause any level of physical or mental distress during the process. So there's, and we also covered Epicureanism on the channel as well. So, I mean, it's just kind of like there's plenty of perspectives on why you should not fear death and why you should even welcome death. So, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just silly to say that there's no reason whatsoever, none, to end the life of an animal early, prematurely, even if it's healthy, by our definition of healthy. So it's just kind of like, I mean, it's not the issue. I don't have the issue of taking a life of an animal, done it myself. But I do have issues of bringing things into existence, so please refrain.
And butchered the animal. I think I would be open to that.
This is basically just local, though. Because it is local or the immoral action was done by somebody they know, it's somehow okay to support it? Of course not. Imagine somebody saying if somebody they knew raised a dog and then butchered them when they had 10 plus years to live, I think that's something I would be open to. Obviously, that would be whether you know the person who did the killing or not.
I did like watch some butchering videos the last few days to really like kind of wrap my head around it. And it's a lot. There's no two ways about it. I feel like our culture.
If you adopted the dog and then butchered it at some point, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it. If you bought it from a breeder and then butchered it, then I'd have a problem with it because you paid supply and demand for it to be brought into existence. If you adopted it painlessly at the end of its life or whatever, or even exactly after adopting it, just bolted it in the head, I would be like, well, technically you did it a favor. I mean, it's not a pretty sight or anything. I'm not going to be like, wow, you know, but I'm going to be like, yeah, did something good. Like, it's an ugly good, but it's a good, you know. The world's a brutal fucking place, you know. Like, there aren't really many doing the good thing sometimes fucking hurts, and it often hurts. So
is like very removed from death and from killing and from slaughtering animals. But most people just can go to the grocery store and eat that food. But I think that they would be very like confronted if they saw a video of butchering. And I'm like, if I'm going to eat an animal, I would like to be able to like witness its death and make that like a very sacred experience.
So here we have the romanticizing of literally just murdering an animal to eat them. There was nothing sacred about this. Imagine if an animal could understand what we're saying, and while they're, you know, suffering and upside down and bleeding out because there was a knife slashed across their throat, we're like, bro, dude, don't worry, it's all good, man. It's this is sacred or something. This is just another way to make a clearly messed up act look good.
But yeah, so for right now, I think that's our plan. It's just to get chickens so that we can have some eggs, potentially raise.
Not even sacred. Sacred sounds religious, but there's nothing good about preventing suffering. There's nothing sacred in eating something. It's just like, oh, I guess you satiated your hunger. I mean, I guess that's a good, but that's just to prolong your life, which, yeesh. I mean, unless you're doing something good with your life, you're just, if this lady's lifestyle, you're bringing things into existence to take them out just to preserve some useless lifestyle. So
chickens to eat chickens, potentially hunt. There's like turkey and deer up here, maybe fishing. And then down the road, I'm kind of open to how it all evolves.
So because she is craving animal products, this has all led to the potential of her buying laying hens from a breeder, purchasing broiler chickens from a breeder to raise and kill for chicken, and potentially murdering the local deer and ripping fish out of their habitat to kill and eat. All sounds very sacred.
I don't know. What do you think about it all?
I mean, I think for me, it's not really about like feeling depleted. I feel like pretty good how I am. It's more just like I would like our homestead to like actually be like off-grid self-sufficient as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And I think like I don't want to say it's impossible to do that without animals, because I think like it's definitely possible, and it's substantially more possible in a tropical climate.
Yeah.
It's just like when I look at the timeline, it feels like it'll take like 15 to 20 years to get there without animals.
Yeah.
And I think like with like if we have chickens and like if I get into hunting and fishing and stuff like that, we're like 2 years away.
Yeah, I think it's like a fat source as like a vegan on a homestead, like on a tropical location, like you can have coconuts and have like an avocado. And here we can't do that. Like we were thinking like maybe we would build this like massive winter greenhouse, and it's like maybe we will down the road. Because that would be really special to like still get to eat avocado, but it's just like it's just so long down the road.
Okay, hold on. So while they're both sitting down with their dog, this guy, who I believe is her husband, says he feels perfectly fine on a plant-based diet. He just wants their homestead to feel self-sufficient sooner, and it would be hard to have a plant-based fat source where they live if they're going to only obtain these fat sources on their homestead. Well, clearly they're getting their plant-based fat source from.
yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, if you can more efficiently grow food globally, I mean, why? I mean, that's why I'm sort of like I'm both like I'm a globalist, but I also believe in like a self-sufficient nation at the same time. Like you should be somewhat self-sufficient, but you should also be trading globally and helping your other nations. Like as Mendham said in a video I watched a couple days ago, like if you can produce solar panels in your country, but you know you don't have the most efficient climate for the solar panels, what you should do is you should sell the solar panels to like a lesser developed nation in a country that like could really profit from solar panels, like Africa, and charge them a fair and reasonable price, and then basically sell the electricity to them, basically. That way you guys get money, that way you can build more solar panels, and at the same time be providing for the whole world like a more efficient system. And it's kind of like the same like here, I think. Like it's just kind of like they're saying like, oh well, we want to be able to grow this all by ourselves. Like, why? Fuck you. It's like if you're bringing the suffering into existence just so you can have your little boo-wah, happy-go-lucky farmstead lifestyle, all independent, like fuck you. What's the value in that? Like what is the value inherently in being independent? There is none. In fact, by engaging others, you allow yourself to help others. So you allow yourself to actually do something like, given this is a multiplayer game, so to speak, other things are suffering, so to speak, as well. And given their value is equal to your own, you do have a moral obligation to help them out. So it's kind of like being isolated kind of defeats the purpose of continued life, given primordialism. But, I don't know. I mean, what can I say? These people are idiots. They literally were vegan and decided to go vegan, not because of any health reasons or anything like that, just because they're like, oh yeah, my taste bud's low. So it's just like, yeah, they clearly never really had vegan principles. They were just showboating. They just wanted to be on a high horse. So it's just like, it's not even worth really doing the rest of this video. If you want to watch the rest of the video, to anybody watching, we watched until what's on the screen, 13:07. 17 minutes, so like basically another 4. Sure, they have plenty more bullshit to spew from their shitty little souls, but that's not for my listening to. I'm done with their horseshit. Dude, I want to see the comment section of this video. The one that I was in, I believe, right? Chimpanzee. Yup. Here I am. I want to see the comment section of this shit. Hilarious. And there's perpetual pleasures being like pleasure's good, and I'm just like, it's a fucking illusion. We just covered this. We covered it in negative utilitarianism views, or just how it's like, even if it does exist, just doesn't fucking matter. We've explained how it probably doesn't exist through evolutionary means. We've just explained through Buddhistic means that pleasure doesn't exist. You know, like we can do this all day. Perpetual pleasures. Your sick delusions are just that. Delusions. Delusions. You know, whatever. I mean, you're still an antinatalist, so I mean, you are against abortion, so it's kind of like I would do fisticuffs with you over the abortion, you know, one day. Like, we should have an abortion debate / conversation, because debate don't matter, I guess. But whatever. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, other than that, he's still antinatalist. So, like, consequentially speaking, I mean, it's not like most people are not having abortions. Most people are just having a child or whatever, or not having a child. So it's just kind of like, yeah, he's consequentially an ally, even though he's technically in favor of millions of people being forced to bear a child, and that child then to suffer and die and all that shit. So, blah. No good and interesting comments, though. I gotta love America, don't you?
Every single person has a different opinion on how education should work, and it is my job as YouTube's resident teacher-turned-video essayist to share my insights into these opinions, and that is exactly what I have in store today. Because I have been working on a big video about the war on public education, and as part of the research for that video, I've been immersing myself in the right-wing perspective on schools. Part of the conservative pushback against public schools, especially against the current boogeyman of critical race theory and LGBTQ representation, comes from self-described parents' rights advocates, a group that includes parents of school kids who believe that their voices aren't being heard or respected by schools, as well as politicians who are passing laws to help cement a parents' bill of rights in various states. But as I was looking into the parents' rights movement, I started noticing some trends in the way that their arguments are framed that I felt deserved a video on its own. Specifically, I noticed that the way that these parents' rights people talk about kids is both very weird and actually kind of concerning. Now, I'm not going to get into
This might be a really interesting video I discovered. What are your thoughts on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Oh, interesting. Well, let's get comfy. So, long ago, there existed a country called Israel. A bunch of religious fools. And another country called Palestine. A country of religious fools. And they kind of hated each other. And Israel was like, lol, and Palestine was like, lol, let's fight each other, ha ha ha. And Israel was like, yeah, get out of here, we're taking over your land, and gonna bombard the shit out of y'all, lol. And then there were some peace deals and shit, and stuff, and then there was more conflict, and more peace, more conflict, more peace, more conflict. And now it's just kind of like there was fuckery going about where the people were basically, the Israelites were basically forcing the Palestinians into impoverishment and then buying up their land, basically forcing them out of their own country and stealing their land through like imperialistic means. And so it's like kind of it's technically their land, but they can't even like afford to keep it on because of like economic imperialism and quite literal imperialism. And so they went into like more fighting and conflict. And now Israel is basically enacting kind of a slaughter, so to speak. You know, they're kind of just like, lol, we have like really big military and you guys kind of got shit for shat in comparison. So it's kind of like very one-sided where Israel's kind of just destroying the shit out of Palestine and then acting like, woe is us. Woe is us. I mean, obviously, I don't support conflict of any kind, but when it comes down to it, I'm more like hashtag free Palestine, you know? If you the people that are just like, I don't take a side, I think hashtag fuck them also. The people that say I support Israel, fuck them with a barbed rod and shove it up there and pull it in and out like 20 times till they die of internal hemorrhaging. The people that say I don't want to take a side, you just like shove it right up there, not even a spiked rod, just shove it right up there, you know, like make it hurt a little bit, but like they don't fucking deserve too much. They're just pussies. And when it comes to Israel itself, Israelites, if you watch ground interviews of people in Israel, like, yeah, it's ugly, man. I've seen some interviews where it's like 9 in 10 people are just like, hey, man, I think this is really ugly what we're doing to the people of Palestine. We shouldn't probably be bombarding them how much we are. I mean, like, conflict and war, it's an ugly thing, a sin, you know? But we are God's chosen people, and this is our land. And if an intruder is on your land, sure, they're human beings also, but they're also an intruder. And what you do to an intruder, that's basically the Israelites. So, they're kind of, how do you put this? Theologically racist, or like, it's like a weird, it's like racism, but without even believing it's like because of their race. It's like a theological racism. It's like they believe, no, it's not because of like my genetics or something. It's like because in a way they believe it's because of its genetics, because they believe like the sons of David or whatever, like the Jews or whatever, like in general. But it's more like a theological thing, like the soul of like a Jew is like kind of passed down generationally. So it's like they like quite literally believe that they're like spiritually chosen. They're descendants of King of Israel, are chosen by God to be like loved and to rule their world, basically. So when it comes down to it, I'm an anti-theist. I hate all religions. I hate all religions. Christianity, fuck it. Buddhism, kind of fuck it. Not as much as the other ones, but still fuck it because you know it's silly. Islam, really fuck it. But Jews, they have like a special place in my heart because it's like they have like this illusion of like being like just pleasant, you know, but at the same time they fucking like they think they're better than all of us. I think that they genuinely think they are better than all of us. Not all of them, obviously. There are some people who are Jewish, I'm sure, just like when I was Christian, were just like, you know, I just can't imagine God would be like this, you know? I'm sure there's some of them that are like that, you know, like the wishy-washy ones, like just like the wishy-washy Christians. I'm sure there's some wishy-washy Jews. But when it comes down to it, if they take their religion seriously, they have this air of nonviolence, while at the same time screwing people over economically, bombarding Palestine. We know it's just like they just believe they're generally superior to other people. Like it's just like they have a special kind of hate for me because it's like they're in disguise. Like Islam is just like, lol, man, we chop people's heads off, and you guys are fucking infidels. You want to challenge me? Come over here and fight us, lol. But we have all the oil, so you pussies won't. Spits in front of us, and we're just kind of like, well, I guess they do have the oil, so we're just gonna let them chop people's heads off. Saudi Arabia, high five. Islam, do you? Sorry, Iran, do you have any oil for us? No, not really. Fuck you then, you decapitating motherfuckers. So it's just kind of like, Israel has like a little special place where it's just kind of like they get away with being hateful cunts, and I don't like that. So they get away with being racist cunts, and I don't like that. So I have a special dislike for Israel that makes me biased. But when it comes down to it, you know, they literally are the aggressors in the conflict. So regardless of my anti-theism, because I also don't like, obviously, Palestine because they're Muslim / Islamic. As I said, they're both two tribal monkey fuckers shooting each other over land that they've been fighting over for 2,000 years because some fake god or whatever that's supposedly the same exact being under. It's just like, okay. So it's just like, yeah, man, I don't. It's just Palestine conflict is just fucking so stupid. Marco, you little cunt. Your sharp ass claws don't jump on me like that. Get over here. You're pointy. You're pointy. You're allowed to be pointy to the little creatures outside, but to me, no pointy, okay? Yeah.
To the actual legal element of parents' rights stuff because I'm not a lawyer, but I am a former teacher with a degree in rhetoric. So I want to look at the language that politicians and parents use to talk about parents and their children. Because when you look under the surface, there is some wild stuff here. Before we get into things, I want to give a little content warning for some brief discussions of child abuse, because of course that is where this video is going. But anyway, if we are going to talk about parents' rights stuff, we first need to figure out who parents' rights advocates are and what they want. The parents' rights label is vague enough that it's used by lots of different people who don't all necessarily agree on what it means. On one end, it is used by groups like Moms for Liberty and PragerU, who want to gut the entire education system, starting with CRT, SEL, DEI, LGBT, and all of the other acronyms that teachers' unions are apparently using to brainwash children. And on the other end, it's used by groups like Red, Wine, and Blue, who support public schools and LGBTQ rights and want to take back the parents' rights label from those more extreme voices. In this video, I am talking specifically about that first group. The term parents' rights isn't inherently harmful or anything, so as I examine it throughout this video, remember that I am just looking at how specific people use that term to frame their goals. And their goals are certainly something. When a movement is focused on restoring parents' rights, you have to ask, parents' rights to what? When groups like Moms for Liberty or PragerU use the term, it is usually associated with transparency in schools. Parents, they argue, just want to know what their kids are being taught. And in theory, this isn't a bad thing. I think transparency is good. I think parents getting engaged in their kids' learning is a good thing. But parents' rights doesn't just stop there, because they don't just want transparency for transparency's sake. They don't want to know what's being taught so they can have a fuller understanding of what their kids are learning. They want transparency because they want control. They want to know what books are in the school's library so that they can make the library remove the books that have LGBTQ characters. They want to know what the history curriculum looks like so that they can refuse to let their child be taught about the US's history of racism. And this is why they care so much about school board meetings. One of the best ways to have a hand in what happens at your kid's school is by making your voice heard by the people in charge. But this is old news, right? We all know about the calls for book banning and the limits on how history, sex ed, and other subjects are taught. That isn't the interesting part. The interesting part is how parents' rights advocates talk about kids. To show you what I'm talking about, look at the language that Moms for Liberty members use around mask mandates.
I haven't watched this
As the
video,
Washington
but
Post
it's
reported,
just
when a
fun.
Florida school board voted to keep a mask mandate in place in 2021,
Because we all know as antinatalists, parents just look at children like fancy little objects, little mini me's, little things you can mold and crumple in your little palms or your hand and shape into whatever you want so they can take care of you in old age and keep the economy going. Fight off Russia and China, as that one guy said. I mean, whatever your fucking selfish reason is. But we all know there is pretty much no unselfish reason to have a child. So we all know, like, parents are just looking at when they have a child, it's just an object basically. There is no identity being formed in a baby, but they project all this stuff onto the baby. So it's quite literally what they're doing is they're like projecting mini me's to mold like imaginary images that they want their child to be, and they try to like influence them to become more like. It's very much the majority of the case. So
hand, a 52-year-old mother of 3, jumped to her feet. "I am going to be spending every minute making sure parents know they don't have control over their children anymore," she shouted. Jody, who the article said was wearing Moms for Liberty merch during the meeting, just stated the thesis of the movement out loud. Parents' rights, according to Moms for Liberty, isn't about transparency or wanting to be heard. It's about control. Parents' rights means the right to have full, uninhibited control over children. Not every parents' rights advocate is as transparent about this goal, but the language that they use certainly points in that direction. In his recent book, Keeping the Kids All Right, How to Empower Your Children Against the Leftist Agenda Without Homeschooling,
parents just want to play God.
Popular conservative radio personality Barack Lurie gives advice for how parents can successfully indoctrinate their children. And I'm not editorializing here either. He literally says the goal of parenting is to indoctrinate your child. This is indoctrination, but it's also the right thing to do. You're the parent, it's your job. Everything you do is indoctrination one way or the other. So how do we successfully indoctrinate our kids? We drip feed them a steady diet of strawman arguments and actively make fun of people who disagree with us. He provides sample dialogues between himself and his children where he shows off these techniques for indoctrination, but in all of the examples, the child always agrees with him. First of all, it is really easy to make up a conversation that makes you look good, especially when it's a fictional conversation between a middle-aged man and a 10-year-old. And second of all, he states that he begins each conversation by asking the child for their opinion on whatever topic they're discussing because it shows them you have respect for their input and thought process. It engages them while giving them an opportunity to obtain your approval. But there's a difference between acting like you care about someone's opinion and actually caring about it. Clearly, he doesn't actually care about their opinion because if he did, he'd be open to hearing an opinion that isn't exactly the same as his own. And to make things worse, there's also an implication that his approval is contingent on the child agreeing with him. Lurie cannot imagine a world where his child holds a different opinion and he only respects and approves of his kids because they agree with him. Contrary to what the book's title suggests, Barack Lurie doesn't want to empower his kids. He wants to control them until they can flawlessly parrot all of his opinions back to him. But maybe this is just one very silly Bond villain of a man who should not be taken seriously by anyone for any reason, right? Unfortunately, things get worse. Things get a lot worse. But before we get into the really heavy stuff, let's take a little break and watch a watercolor time lapse while I tell you about today's sponsor, Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of classes on a huge array of topics from drawing to writing to making music to making videos and even starting your own business. I have been teaching myself how to watercolor for a few months, and as anyone who has done watercolor can attest, it is really hard. But using lessons on Skillshare like Line Drawing Essentials by Andy Lopez and Blooming Botanicals by Will Elliston, which I used for this project specifically, I was able to learn from people who actually know what they're talking about instead of just an awful guy writing about indoctrinating kids, but the rhetoric of control is all over the place. Consider how parents' rights advocates talk about LGBTQ issues. Many school districts are passing rules requiring teachers and counselors to tell parents anytime a student changes their gender identity or starts using different pronouns. Because, parents' rights folks argue, parents have a right to know the decisions that their children are making at school. But when parents are so worried about what the school does or does not want to tell them, there's no consideration of what their child wants. What if your child simply wants to experiment with different pronouns to see what fits? What if your child is just waiting for the right time to talk to you about it? What if your child doesn't want you to know because they're worried you won't support them? Because the truth is, they don't care what their child wants. They would argue that their child is too young to make any decision about their gender or sexuality, or that their child is being unduly influenced by teachers trying to turn them gay, so the child's opinion can just be totally disregarded. What the child wants doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what the parents want. Just like they only want to know what books are in the library so they can tell the school which books to get rid of, they only want to know if their child is questioning their gender identity so they can stop them from doing so. And what makes it even worse is that this doesn't even just end at their own children. They want these rules in place for everyone. And when taken to its extreme, this rhetoric of parental control can lead to devastating consequences. I won't get into too much of it here, but the book To Train Up a Child by Michael and Debbie Pearl uses the Bible to justify parents hitting their children and depriving them of food to break their will and train them to be obedient. And let's not forget my video on PragerU's so-called parenting expert, who used the same language of obedience to justify locking kids in their rooms for hours at a time. Everywhere you look, it is about control. But when you have full control over something else, not just a responsibility to keep it safe, but a right to use it however you want, shy of actively harming it, that's not how you treat human beings. It's how you treat property. They see
That's what I'm
children
saying, guys.
as property. And I'm not reading between the lines.
As Antoninus will say, conservatives especially, but all parents just see their children as property. And if you ask, I mean, most people think this, like, if you have some level of, like, if you have created them, they view it as ownership. Like, I once talked to a black person about veganism, and they couldn't understand how the comparison to essentially animals in slavery. So it's like, okay, what about AI? Like, they have the same brain as a human being, but they're like, created by us for our purposes. Like, do you think that's messed up? And they literally said no. They couldn't see the comparison to slavery and how it's ironic that they're a black person who has ancestors who were slaves. Like people are just, if they have the ability to control something, to make something their property, to disregard it, to play God with it, people typically are evil fucking prick assholes. You know, it's just how it be.
Putting words into people's mouths. A few years ago, Senator Rand Paul literally just said parents own thetheir children. And just a few weeks ago, PragerU's Jill Simonian said parents should act accordingly when school board members say that parents don't own their children, which they don't. Parents do not own their children. That is just a factual statement. And again, I don't want to get into the minutia around the legal relationships between children and their parents. I just want to focus on the language of ownership that Rand Paul and Jill Simonian are using, the language of indoctrination that Barack Lurie uses, the language of training and obedience that Michael and Debbie Pearl use, and the language of control that Moms for Liberty uses. None of this is language you use to describe a good relationship between human beings who respect each other. It's language you use to describe monetary transactions and animals. Consider the case of Annabella Rockwell, who started college a happy-go-lucky young woman and then left an angry feminist who blamed the patriarchy for all her problems. But don't worry, because her mom paid a deprogrammer $300 a day to fix her. $300 a day! Oh yeah, did I mention that she's an heiress to a pharmaceutical fortune? Anyway, Annabella's parents were so distraught that their daughter was different after having grown up and left the nest that they dropped thousands of dollars to get their little girl back. They couldn't accept that she had changed, so they treated her like a computer that started malfunctioning after an update and paid someone to do a factory reset. And now she works as a fundraiser for PragerU. Similarly, throughout Keeping the Kids All Right, Barack Lurie defends his position on indoctrination by saying indoctrination is what parents do. In fact, indoctrination is your #1 job. Others can demand that right to indoctrinate your children when they do all the baby carrying, feeding, diaper changing, doctor visits, driving to school and after school activities and sports, and pay for them all. Until then, they can shut up. In other words, you are entitled to indoctrinate your kids because you paid for them. He also constantly refers to teachers as thieves, who you're essentially just handing your valuables to when you send your kids to school. Children aren't people. They are objects that can be stolen. Once you see how the parents' rights language of control objectifies kids, you start seeing it everywhere in every right-wing policy position that affects children. It's why they don't fight for free school lunch. As North Dakota Senator Michael Wabima said, I can understand children going hungry, but is that really the problem of the school district? It's really a problem of parents being negligent with their kids. If children are the property of their parents, it's the parents' responsibility to take care of their property. It's why they want to implement physical examinations of child athletes to verify their biological sex, because they don't care about the privacy of the children whose bodies they're inspecting. They don't care how invasive and traumatic it is to have your body treated like crime scene evidence. They only care about using those bodies as pawns in their culture war. It's why so many parents and politicians fight for the right to use corporal punishment at home and in schools, because even though hitting another adult counts as assault, battery, or domestic violence, as long as you are hitting a child the right way, it's okay. Adults' rights to discipline children however they see fit matters more than children's right to safety, to say nothing of the slew of other issues that are linked with corporal punishment. And it's why they don't fight for gun control to address the rise in school shootings, because adults' Second Amendment rights matter more than children's right to safety. We shouldn't limit the freedoms of real people just to protect kids, right? All of this is to say that when we prioritize the power of parents to control their children, we actively dehumanize the very people we are allegedly trying to protect. As of 2023, I am not a parent, but I also don't think that you should have to be a parent to care about how kids are treated. And right now, there is a growing movement that actively frames children as the property of their parents. And I think that's a bad thing. A lot of these arguments come down to, well, parents own their kids, and if the parents don't own the kids, then the state must own the kids. But I don't think anyone owns kids because kids aren't property. They're people. Now, it's a surprisingly controversial position to see children as full human beings who deserve agency over their own lives. So if you are interested in learning more about it, check out this video by Andrewism and the book Trust Kids, an anthology of essays and poems on the topic, both linked in the description. I also have a bunch of links in the description to youth-run organizations like the amazing Branch Out for Justice. So if you're a young person and want to help to seize the power that you deserve,
I don't agree with that. I feel like children don't really have autonomy. Their brains aren't really fully developed or even near fully development. We know kids make stupid decisions. They can be manipulated by adults all the time. I mean, this video is highlighting how people are manipulated. Even fully adults can be reprogrammed by a $300 a day indoctrinating, like, torture mind programmer. So it's like, if adult can be reprogrammed, yeah, a kid whose brain is extraordinarily malleable can be programmed rather easily. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, if you give them full reign, I mean, and no one's trying to interfere with their autonomy, then I feel like that's a good thing. But if, like, because they're going to sample the experiences of the entire world unbiased, and they're going to understand directly that as a social species that we are, that, like, pain's a bad thing and all that, and they'll be like, yeah, shit, that sucks, you know, and all these things, I'm pretty sure, because natural biology will kind of guide you to understand your experience and other people's experience, kind of sucky-wucky, you know? But when it comes down to it, like, I don't know, it just seems like saying that, like, the child should have, like, or is a fully autonomous being just like an adult. It's a little bit weird, given that, like, I don't know, like, sexual dynamics and stuff like that. It's like, obviously they're not a fully autonomous being. Like, they can't vote, they can't have sex, they can't drive a car, you know. It's like, they can't do drugs. It's like, all these things. I mean, so it's like, it's hard to call them, like, I mean, I'd like to hear her argument, I guess. I might look into that, but I mean, overall, her general point of the video, which is that, I mean, children are not objects to be controlled, that they do have some level of autonomy. I agree with, to some extent or another, that there's, like, they shouldn't be controlled by a parent. When she said that means that they should be controlled by the state, and she's like, I don't think that. That's where I actually have a disagreement on, because I actually believe, I've brought this on the channel before, only once or twice. I think at the very beginning of my channel, if you look at one of my first videos, I mention it, that I think that if you were to essentially go about Ethilism in multiple ways, that one of them you could do is having, if you were to go long-termism, essentially you need to bring about future generations to do so. And I believe if you are going to have a future generation brought about, it should basically be raised by the government, not necessarily like by the government per se, but like by, like, caretakers. Like, have you ever read the book The Giver, or like any of those, like, utopia books where it's just kind of like those, like, parents that, like, maternal, like, figures that, like, essentially give birth, like, they're assigned as, like, birth, like, that's their job. Like, you're like, hey, you just get impregnated and you have ideal conditions for giving birth and fertility and stuff, so blah blah. And then basically that person that gives birth doesn't actually raise the child. Instead, it's like caretakers that are, like, trusted by the community and are proven to be, like, good teachers of morals and ethics and stuff like that, and have, like, good parental, like, teaching abilities. And then basically, like, they would all be raised, and there'd be, like, some rules to, like, and stuff like that in play to make sure, like, you know, nothing sketch happens, like, similar to, like, how, like, in, like, a mental health hospital, like, you have to have, like, 2 people in a room at a time, like, some, like, doctors and stuff like that. So I mean, basically, like, it's like a safe way of raising children to prevent, like, indoctrination or, like, sexual or physical violence from occurring to them. So that way you can raise an entire generation with minimal mental health disorders and good morals. Because I don't think you need families to do that. You just need a social unit to do that. So, yeah, basically, I'm actually pro-governmental, government raising children. I mean, if a foster care system had entirely, like, I mean, it's a foster care system or, like, whatever, like, had more funding and, like, whatever, like, and good education, some moral systems, and actual had parental figures assigned to like the children so that they didn't have like a lack of a parental figure in their life. Like I think that society would be a lot better. That like these like it wouldn't have all this tribalism. It would be a unanimous cultural agreement and a goal. But whatever. My point being that I think she's right about the overall point that parents view their children as objects of control, and I think that's wrong. That individuals are generally just like silly billions, so like giving an individual control over an entire person's lifestyle is a foolish move. But having the general public consensus, especially if it's under a negative utilitarian one, a philosopher king, so to speak, guiding the public, I feel like that's a different case scenario. So, you know, but hey, that's just me. That's just me. Argue in the comment section below. Still think the child is not an object of the parent, not fully an object of the system, but should be raised by a system. Still an FLS session and A-list, I mean, said don't bring things into existence whatsoever. I mean, at the government, please. I mean, just nuke the world. Don't do a long-termism strategy. Probably don't need to. But if you are going to do a long-termism strategy, that's how you do it, Oh boy. We just had a bunch of... We had like a 10-minute conversation dunking on the Jews.
The Quran is borrowed from both Jewish and Christian myths. The doings and sayings of Moses and Abraham and Jesus, being so ill-founded and so inconsistent, as well as so often immoral, one must proceed in the same spirit of inquiry to what many believe is the last revelation, that of the Prophet Muhammad and his Quran or recitation. Here again, the angel or archangel, Gabriel, is found at work, dictating surahs or verses to a person of little or no learning. Here again are stories of a Noah-like flood and injunctions against idol worship. Here again the Jews are the first recipients of the message, and the first both to hear it and to discard it. And here again there is a vast commentary of doubtful anecdote about the actual doings and sayings of the Prophet, this time known as the Hadith. Islam is at once the most and the least interesting of the world's monotheisms. It builds upon its primitive Jewish and Christian predecessors, selecting a chunk here and a shard there, and thus if these fall, it partly falls also. Its founding narrative likewise takes place within an astonishingly small compass, and relates facts about extremely tedious local quarrels. None of the original documents, such as they are, can be contrasted with any Hebrew or Greek or Latin texts. Almost all of the tradition is oral, and all of it is in Arabic. Indeed, many authorities agree that the Quran is only intelligible in that tongue, which is itself subject to innumerable idiomatic and regional inflections. This would leave us on the face of it with the absurd and potentially dangerous conclusion that God was a monoglot. Before me is a book, Introducing Muhammad, written by two extremely unctuous...
Imagine this is AI-generated voice. Like they kind of just took his voice and having him read his own book. It's pretty cool if that's what they're doing. It sounds like it's AI-generated, maybe. Okay, let's all meditate together and stop existing. Wah. Uh, charge my fucking headset. It's gonna disconnect, isn't it? The avocado is a painting of my mother's. I assume my mic is working. Let's test. 1, 2. Yeah, the painting my mother painted. Vape is strawberry apple watermelon. Yup. That's about it. Let's see who made the comment. I'm pretty sure I can guess who it is. Fuck yeah. Potatoes. Potatoes are tasty. Kind of. I only purchase vegan products. I only buy vegan products, but I fish. And I eat fish that are been fish. I won't buy anything that's animal based that's been on a farm, anything that's been brought into existence essentially by humans unnecessarily. Which is all things basically. So yeah, I don't eat animal products, but I will eat animals that are like in the wild that are killed. Primordialist / negative utilitarian, if you're wondering the ethical system I follow. It's negative utilitarianism / painism, and that leads to primordialism, which is why ending the life of an animal in the wild is not a bad thing. Well, it's not that I kill it myself, it's just that killing things is not necessarily bad. Bring things into existence is, though, because it's the catalyst of all suffering. Death is simply the ending of existence, the ceasing of sensual experience, which, as Eastern religion shows, and negative utilitarianism shows, and just general knowledge of evolution, how most of our responses are avoidance-based or born into needs, life is suffering. So, by ending life, you are essentially ending a negative state of being. Hence why taking the life of an animal is not a bad thing, and is usually a good thing. Unless it's like a predator species, which would take the lives of... So you're an ethicist? Yes, I'm an ethicist. So yeah, when it comes down to it, the only way you can be harmed is by being alive and sentient, and that only happens through acts of reproduction. So bring things into existence, or breeding things into existence, bad, because it allows them to suffer and feel pain. Yeah, you are anti-human. Well, I completely disagree with that. I don't know why anybody would be anti-human. I think humans are the best thing that have happened to this earth. We're the saving grace, so to speak. We're the only thing that's capable of ending this shithole. I don't see any reason to dislike humans per se, other than the fact that we are moral agents and we squander our ability to do what we are obliged to do, which is eliminate suffering. But other than that, I don't see humans as necessarily bad in any way. Like, we don't have any inherent features that make us distinguished from animals, that make us inherently worse or more morally culpable. I mean, really, What it comes down to, we don't really have free will either. It's just that we have intelligence, so we can recognize other things of equal value to ourselves. What we do with that knowledge is not really under our control. So, I mean, I don't really judge people per se. I judge their actions, and I think actions have consequences because I think experience does matter. Experience generates value. Like, pain is bad, pleasure is good. You ought to avoid pain and you ought to pursue pleasure. Like, by pleasure, I mean like true positive experience. So if there is such a thing, I don't really believe there is, hence why I don't actually encourage people to pursue pleasure. I just encourage people to avoid pain. But if there's such a thing as a true positive, you ought to pursue them. So, you know, I mean, what I'm trying to get to essentially is that I think there's objective basis of ethics. There's like objective reasons for why we should do things and shouldn't do things. So, I mean, my like or dislike of humanity is kind of irrelevant to what we should do, I think, in regards to extinctionism. It's kind of like name the trait that an animal has or doesn't have, that a human has or doesn't have, that makes it so humans ought to go extinct and not animals, basically, is kind of what I'm asking you. And how it's relevant. So I can only look through the mind of myself. We humans can only go through our own individual experiences, but when I see a puppy being burned alive by some Chinese asshole, I sympathize with the dog's pain. We have cognitive ability to understand what's happening around us and find it that life is rather filled with more pain than pleasure. I assume this is the same person that commented that. I can't see unless I go into here. You didn't really answer my question, I don't think. I mean, I asked you why should humans go extinct but not animals? They go back through the animals. Everything should go back through the. But I mean, yeah, I'm basically asking you like why, like what's the difference between a human and an animal that makes it so humans should go extinct but not animals? And you responded by saying, we burn things alive. I mean, animals tear things apart alive. I mean, it sucks either way, I'm sure. In fact, if you burn alive, I'm sure it only takes like sometimes burning alive only takes like 5-10 minutes, I'm pretty sure, on average, and like bleeding out via your limbs torn off can take hours at a time, so much painfuler in the wild. we have the ability to understand what is going on around us. I mean, orcas have that ability. I mean, if your 9-year-old daughter, I mean, just imagine a 9-year-old. You don't have to have a 9-year-old daughter. I'm just saying, imagine if you had a 9-year-old daughter, you would base, or son, whatever, doesn't fucking matter. Just like a 9-year-old, because pigs have the cognitive ability and corvids have the cognitive ability compared to like a 9-year-old child. You would say that they don't have like completely political awareness and like social function of money and stuff, but you'd say they have enough awareness to understand that like there are sucky aspects of life, that life's not all good, that, you know, like stuff of that nature. It's possible that they could feel that. Some children have depression, some children have horrible lives and can acknowledge that at a young age. So it's just like an animal can do that as well, I'd say. So I'd not say that like animals, at least a lot of animals that we farm per se, and a lot of animals in the wild don't have enough cognitive ability to understand, one, that like some situations suck, maybe not enough to project in the future that their future situations will be sucky, but they'll have anxiety about certain things and like have avoidance behaviors regarding things. Like we all know that animals in the wild and our pets can have anxiety if they've been abused or in painful situations. So things have predictive responses and, you know, can somewhat predict the future. Seeing what's happening around them, and I find that life is rather filled with more pain than pleasure. Yeah, and I'd say that's the same with animals though as well. Like animals, just in the very nature of living, they don't have roofs over their head and stuff. They're constantly fighting to maintain homeostasis, far worse than humans are. And just they don't have the ability to have like technology, just have like a vegan diet, so they're tearing apart things equal to the value of themselves. So even if, and eventually will be torn apart themselves, either by the forces of nature or by another predator. So it's just kind of like, I think animals also have a life of far more pain than pleasure as well. So again, it kind of just comes back to like name the trait what it comes down to, because I don't think you have so far named a sufficient trait to demonstrate why humans ought to go extinct, but animals ought to remain. Because I think humans ought to go extinct. I just think animals ought to go extinct also. Let me answer your question. I just don't think we have any business in other aspects of life forms. It's possible to judge them. You would never unslow their mental ability, understand, I'm guessing that's what you meant to say, their mental ability, yeah, understand their mental ability. But I do agree with you, existence is a cruel joke, and would be better off if we never evolved to this level. Cool. What about cellular organisms? Do you think it's interesting that certain creatures exist in the first place, or do you want to call it one all gone? And how come you've never committed suicide? Well, it's a bit glib, but as I said, I'm talking about the nature of suffering. As I said, I'm a negative utilitarian. All that matters is suffering. Bacteria and microorganisms do not have nervous systems, therefore they cannot suffer or feel any semblance of pain or sensation whatsoever. They do not have empirical experience. They basically are just carbon-based cellular organisms that just autopilot around and collect other cellular life forms and take them to have energy to reproduce themselves, but they don't actually have an awareness of what's going on. So when it comes down to it, I don't have an issue with cellular life forms. Why haven't I committed suicide? It's to prevent. I'm here to prevent net suffering, as I said. I'm a utilitarian, a consequentialist, so to speak. If I take my life, that's 1 of 8 billion people and 1 of 20 quintillion animals, or 100 billion. So, and there's a lot of fucking life forms that I can basically contribute to the future of being not here by asking people to not reproduce, to donate to funds that incentivize sterilization of animals, wild and like pets and stuff like that, like feral animals, stuff of that nature. And in the first part, we don't have any business in other aspects of life forms. I think that's silly. You'd have to demonstrate the feature that makes it relevant between a human and another animal, that makes it so we don't have a moral obligation to help them if we have a moral obligation to help a human being, given that they also have experiences just the same as our own. Because we can't just be the DNA, because our DNA is constantly mutating. We know that it will be in the future. Evolution's ongoing process. So when humans ever become something other than Homo sapien, it is kind of arbitrary. Our DNA is a constant fluctuation. Sure, we can still reproduce with each other and stuff like that, but the point being is, my point being is that like you can start we can feasibly imagine a situation where you can create a person in a lab, and we know we can do this. We can inject like pig DNA into a person and like make a chimera essentially, and it's going to be just as intelligent as a person. It's going to feel exactly like a person, but DNA wise, it is not a person. It would look and feel exactly like a person. It might have like some phenotypical traits that are slightly different, but in general, it would have the DNA combination of like a person and like a pig, but it would be the intelligence of a person. My point being that like you're drawing an arbitrary line of where we should have moral responsibility. Like just as we have moral responsibility over like children, which are also are kind of dumb, as I said, like pigs and corvids have like the intelligence of like an 8-year-old or 9-year-old. So just as like if a bunch of kids were fighting each other and tearing each other apart, we'd have a responsibility to step in and be like, hey, you guys can't do this. I think we have a similar responsibility with animals to be like, hey, you guys need to stop tearing each other apart and big chill. And if you don't big chill, obviously we can't communicate with animals. We force them to big chill forever. Which is what I'm implying we have an ethical obligation to do, to cleanse all animals from the earth and then voluntarily go extinct ourselves. Once all the animals are gone and the theological people who want to breed because of like silly notions of God or been disproven and taken care of, then the rest of humanity can voluntarily just exit via suicide. That'd be the most logical conclusion to do at that point. But until everything is taken care of in those means, I don't think suicide is a logical conclusion for anybody who's willing and able to do things. I mean, yeah, my solution is to end the suffering. I mean, what I'm saying is what's valuable is experience. Life in itself doesn't have value. There's no value in a bacteria, you know. What matters is the feelings of the organisms. Bacteria can't feel. I can feel. You can feel. Animals can feel. What matters are our feelings, positive and negative. So essentially, I'm advocating for the termination of animals because they have primarily, as you said and I said, negative experiences, and they have no control over their copulation. They don't really think. They just kind of repopulate by the DNA. So they're not moral agents. They have no control over themselves. They can't make this decision for themselves. And even if they were making decisions for themselves, it's possible people can make illogical decisions. So, you know, I mean, people can make decisions for other people who are not in the right state of mind. So when it comes down to it, I think we have an obligation to, so to speak, make the decision for the animals and be like, goodbye. Entire humans self-terminating, good luck with that? No, you don't need all of humans to terminate, my friend. You just need the majority of people to understand negative utilitarianism. Once the majority is there, well, the insane people, wow. I mean, to be fair, the insane people do have a lot of guns right now, but I mean, negative utilitarians, they have no problems with violence in and of itself. So when it comes down to it, if the majority of the planet is shifting towards objective ethics and utilitarian ethics rather than deontological religious ethics, which have been going on draconically for years and years and years. And we can tell in the last 10 years in America alone, the population of atheism has skyrocketed 15%, basically doubled in a decade. So people are changing their forms of belief. People are changing their forms of ethics. So assuming that I'm right, which I assume I am right, my direct experience testifies that pain is bad and that I'm a need machine. So basically, I'm 100% positive that negative utilitarianism is true. It's the unfortunate, horrifying, this fucking depressing truth of the universe. So when it comes down to it, you know, eventually people will come to that realization, and then the religious people that deny direct experience and say we will suffer to please God, or it's all the will of the Lord, or it brings us closer to Him, or you just don't understand, guys. Like it's free will or something. You know, this is all free will. So your fact that your friend got raped and took her own life is free will, and the free will thing justifies us all. Like, eventually we're going to get to the point where it's the people who actually realize there's fucking value in the universe and the religious tards. And when it gets to that point, all I'm saying is there's going to probably be some bloodshed. We all know how that goes. It's history. There always is bloodshed in history. And it's always over the land or the ideology. And honestly, if you look at the wars in the past, what have they been for? A duke getting assassinated, oil, religion. Honestly, if we have a war over preventing future suffering, protecting future children, preventing future cancer patients, yeah, I think that's probably the most just war, the most reasonable war you could ever feasibly imagine, given a both logic and need, and just from a comparative perspective. So, yeah, it's just my opinion on getting the entire humanity to self-terminate. I don't think free will is either. So, yeah, those silly free will religious kooks that are just like, oh yeah, free will's so great, and the free. I would choose free will, the ability to murder someone and rape someone over not suffering. You know, like this, like the religious kooks that think the ability to choose to move your hands from left to right is such an important decision in the universe that like having the ability to rape someone is somehow like a good thing because it allows you to have that choice. Like having choice is a good thing. Like if you know, like how like someone like not all people like before you got introduced to the concept of rape, you'd never had the concept of rape in your mind. You just could not feasibly imagine like forcing yourself upon someone, you know. But then you've heard about it and you're like, oh shit, that's a horrible thing. Meaning there are certain concepts that people just don't have. Like, not everybody has the desire to rape. Some people have the desire to rape. Some people have the desire to murder. Other people just would never even know that murder is a thing if they were in a closed environment, because they just don't have the desire to murder. Until they witness murder, they would basically not know murder exists. So, given that, why can't some other abomination that we can't even comprehend right now exist? Well, because God just didn't make it so. Well, couldn't we be more free if there were more evil things that we could do, like, beyond this biological capability? Wouldn't we be more free? Oh, no. Like, it's just, like, we need to have these things. There's no other things. Like, rape is just arbitrarily the worst thing. God chose that to be the thing. And even though some people in the planet don't have the desire to rape, and they're still free, you are also free if you have the desire to rape, just as free as the person without the desire to rape. And in fact, you are both free. You are both free, even though one person cannot comprehend rape and would never have the desire, and another person is programmed to have the desire to rape. But they're both free. So, hypothetically, couldn't the rapist also just not have the desire to rape and still be free? If they just, like, were reprogrammed at the beginning of time, just exist, that person's body, the brain, just tweak the little part of the brain that makes them a rapist so they don't have that desire, wouldn't they still be free? Yeah, of course they would, because the other person's free, right? That's what religious people, that's to back religious people into a fucking corner. And then, yeah, you pretty much make them admit that either everybody in the entire planet is secretly a homicidal, rape-loving maniac who just hides it, or basically you can be free without the desire to do evil. You can be free without the desire to do certain evil things, but God arbitrarily chose to allow those evils to exist anyways. So, freedom is a lie. Everything is determined. We reviewed the Good Delusion yesterday, and as the Good Delusion says, everything is about psychological hedonism. You cannot control your desires. So freedom is a lie completely. But even if we somehow could demonstrate that there is a semblance of freedom, it does not justify evil. So fuck religious people. Religious people are evil, or religious people are fucked. They're evil pricks. So, as I said, someday there's going to be a war over value. I think that there's going to be a war over, like, preventing suffering. Like if there's going to be a war over anything that actually matters in existence, it's going to be over basically preventing people from forcing fuckers into existence to suffer and die in them, like, you know, like, because of religious cunts. So, that's basically my answer to your question on, you know, not really a question, but statement of the entire. Good luck with that. So, yeah, I don't really have much hopes that we'll ever get to a majority population being ethicist / negative utilitarian, but at the same time, it is the truth. And if the world gets bad enough, I mean, it's possible people might just wake the fuck up one day. And if they do, well, even if not everybody is gonna wake the fuck up, you just need enough. Because that's the thing about negative utilitarians. We're utilitarians. We care about the consequences. Basically, it's not a numbers game. It's not like might makes right. It's not like saying, like, oh, once there's a majority of us, suddenly we become right. Nah, exactly. We're not saying that. It's just realizing it's the truth, basically. And that once the majority of us realize the truth, well, action becomes a moral necessity based on consequentialism. Obviously, acting when you can't get results just would lead to more pain and suffering, so we have a moral obligation not to act at the moment. But the instant becomes in our favor. Sorry. Obviously, that's probably not going to be another 100, 200 years, or 1,000 or whatever. But once something happens, a mega virus engineered, like antimatter bomb, nuke just built to that maximum capacity, just blow up the whole Earth or whatever. Like whatever it is, people just have like a World War III, and there's like the next crazy fucking Holocaust, and people are just like, "This fucking, it's too much. We can't do this anymore." Like whatever the fucking event is that triggers it, I mean, the nature of life is suffering. The nature of life truly is just suffering. It's needs that never needed to exist being fulfilled. We're born to deprivation. We're born to social needs. We're born to physiological needs. We're born to emotional needs, spiritual needs, if you believe in that. And all these things never needed to exist to begin with. And by creating someone, you create those needs that, if unfulfilled, lead to pain, and if fulfilled, lead to more pain, because you have to try to keep them steady and maintain them, as we covered earlier in this episode. So it's just kind of like life truly is just suffering. And when it comes down to it, I mean, all across the board. So once you realize that, I mean, it's not a numbers game, it's just reality. And once you have the numbers on your side, you can set the plan in motion, so to speak. So it's not a numbers game as in like making us right by a number. It's not like might makes right, or like argument from like quantity or whatever. But it is more or less like, hey, once we get the numbers, our actions become inevitable. By our actions, I mean the future generation. I'm just kind of a prophet, so to speak, or an apostle even. I'm more an apostle than a prophet. Prophet is like kind of like speaking of like someone that's going to come, or like an event that's going to. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like an event that's going to come. It's like some kind of prophet, but I prefer apostle. I'm the ApostleO'Ultron. I'm playing Fortnite at the moment. Just playing Apex Legends earlier, but when I get high and I just kind of want to, and I'm focusing on multiple things at the same. Basically, if I'm in a competitive mood, I play Apex. If I'm kind of not in a competitive mood and I just kind of want to like dunk on some people and get some kills, then I play Fortnite because it's a lot easier. So. Titanfall 2? Fuck yeah. I have Titanfall 2. I might actually start playing that more. My friend Sam was over today, and he was just like, yo, Titanfall 2 is bopping right now. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, I'm on. So I might actually get back into playing Titanfall 2. And I'll stream it on Twitch and stuff, if I do. Team Fortress 2? Oh, never mind. Fair enough, fair enough. We were just thinking different abbreviations, I guess. It's funny how that works. Ah, that makes sense. I grew up playing like Minecraft and like Super Smash Bros. And Mario Kart. Okay, how old you be? I be 23, my friend. 23 years closer to death. Damn. The old reverse card. You know, I'm 23 and you're 32. Numbers reversal. Yeah, you're quite a bit older than me. You're an antinatalist also, I assume? I mean, you said you're pro-human extinction, but you're not pro-animal extinction. Which is, like, consequentially better than, like, you know, being a natalist, but, like, still, I'm kind of like... What would I say to my significant other if she was pressuring me into having biological children? I would say, well, I hope you're a leprechaun, dear, because I have a vasectomy. So good luck. Yeah, I have a vasectomy. So if I was being pressured into having a child, it wouldn't matter. I already have sterilized myself. But regardless of that, I have very strong principles. I spend my days doing activism and all that. So regardless of if I was sterilized or not, I have strong principles, so I would never voluntarily have a child, and I'd be a very strong advocate of getting an abortion. So, and or suing the absolute shit out of the person so that their entire life is ruined, and then using that money to do activism against having children, just so that they're, you know, they feel what they've done to another person. I mean, incels a woman will never touch you. Fair enough. I mean, you just need to find yourself a real nice trans woman. That way you can fuck a girl with all the perks of basically a girl, except without the attitude of a woman, and they can't get pregnant. So that's my suggestion to you. Find yourself a nice femboy / tranny, one or the other. You heard it here, folks. Ideal relationship, get that pussy. If you're like me, I was seeing a trans girl, kind of still am. I haven't really called it off or anything. It's just kind of, I don't think I'm ready for a relationship, given my best friend, the only person I've loved, that kind of killed themselves in the last year, and I'm kind of not over that yet. So, other than that, you know, would totally be cool with dating that trans girl I'm seeing, like officially, but like I don't know. Moral of the story suggests you find happiness in some way. I guess if you could find happiness being an incel, then no need for them hoes. But if you can find yourself some antinatalist trans girl, why not? Basically my thing is don't hold out hope. Just be the incel you are on the inside. But if the opportunity comes along, don't deny it. You know what I mean? So if a cute trans girl just comes out and just like, I don't know, what was your name, like Dave or something? Dave, give me that non-trans cock, and then you're just like, dang, I want that trans booty, and then bing bang boom, you're happy, because according to perpetual pleasurist, anal is the best form of sex. So you don't need a woman to have good sex. It's fact. You can just have a trans. You heard it here, guys. You should make this channel into. I should just do activism, trying to convince people to fuck transsexuals only, like a transsexual revolution. I should just say screw antinatalism and just do the transsexual revolution. Try to convince everybody they're trans, so that everybody can reproduce. Just kidding. I'm just being an asshole. What's your thoughts on transgenderism, viewer? I don't ask you guys questions very often. How about what I ask you? What's your opinion on transgender people? What makes you get pissed off at the black pill community, other than the fact that a lot of the times they're very incel-like or very racist sometimes, and or very conspiracy theory prone, I've noticed. So other than the fact that they seem to have paranoid delusions, what is bad about the black pill community? I mean, they seem to get the nature of life being like horrible, right? But they kind of go a little far sometimes. They're like, it's horrible because the lizard people are taking over our minds. And I'm like, I'm not sure about the lizard people, bro, but I think life sucks. I think you're like 50% there, man. Just subtract the lizard people. Asking you, just saying there's a lot of fuckers that believe in lizard people. Too many. They need to chill. There ain't no lizard fucker. Pretends to be lizard. He did it. You want him. Yes, and they blame the world for the problems too much because they have no free will to change as a mental health problem that they have. I mean, I don't really believe in free will, and I don't believe people really voluntarily live in squalor, so to speak. So, I mean, if someone's living in squalor, yeah. If they're living at the welfare state and they're bitching about things, I'm gonna kind of be like, ah, fuck you, man. But if they're working and shit like that, and they just don't like life, I mean, I don't really have much to say about like nature. I mean, I think life sucks, so. I mean, and I don't believe in free will, as you said, you don't believe in free will. So it's just kind of like, I believe everything is kind of just like a byproduct of our environments, our psychology. So, I mean, obviously, you can have like minor effects on the world and something. I mean, you can have major effects on the world, but it's not like your fault. So, like, obviously, everybody has the capability of working and stuff of that nature. And just because we don't have free will doesn't mean we can't have effects on things and like actively shape our own existences to be better or worse in terms of pain. So, you know, I mean, I agree that like a lot of them are just really nihilistic. Black pillars are the nihilistic black pillars. I think are problematic because they believe that nothing matters and that no action can be determined. Everything's just like random events that. You're a virgin in your 30s? I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I was a virgin until I was like 20, but I am no longer a virgin. Just so you know, sex is very mediocre, so you're not missing out on much. I've had sex with literally my ex, who's like an 8 out of 8.5, 8.5, 9. Some people say out of 10. Like she's really attractive, really dominant, like very sexually, like like not promiscuous, but like really knows what the fuck she's doing. And it was good, yes, but still meh. And then when it comes to other experiences I've had, sure, you know, orgasm and shit, but meh. And, you know, the most recent experience is supposedly anal is the best thing in the world. Meh. So it's just like, how tall am I? I'm 5'7". I'm short. So when it comes down to it, I don't know. I just don't find sex very pleasurable. But, you know, to each their own. Maybe I'm just an anomaly or something. But I don't think you're missing out on a whole ton, if I'm being honest with you. Ah, you're a dwarf and you're autistic and have low IQ. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate, my friend. I mean, you're probably not going to get laid anytime soon, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not going to get your hopes up and be like, well, we all have hope. No, some people don't have hope, G. I mean, it's possible. I mean, if you hire a prostitute, you can definitely get laid. Wouldn't really recommend that. It's illegal and a waste of money / commodities when you could be using your money to do better things in terms of utility. So I'm not gonna advocate for you to like, you know, get laid in any way. It's just a waste of time, as I said. I mean, yeah, I believe. I don't really. I mean, yeah, I believe you're gene statistically, you're autistic, you said, leads to depression. 50% of people who are high functioning with autism have depression, and then if you're low functioning, you either have to be taken care of by people, or your life is rather a struggle, or completely not functional, depending on how strong your autism is. How disabled, I mean, like Asperger's, not like intense Asperger's is. So like if you, so yeah, I mean, like, life's a bitch, man. I mean, but when it comes down to it, no one should reproduce, because as I said in the earlier part of the video, life is suffering. Like, all life is suffering, no matter what. Just know. And given the asymmetry arguments and stuff of that nature, and nature of promortalism, all things that exist are better off dying, and nothing is better off coming into existence in the first place. So, yeah, I mean, it is a good thing that you aren't going to reproduce, / you don't want to reproduce, I guess, in a consequential perspective, but at the same time, I mean, it's still an unfortunate circumstance from like from your emotional view. Yeah, man, someday the world will just die. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm praying for World War III to happen and we can all just get nuked to the high hell. But, you know. Yeah, eventually everything comes to an end. Nature of entropy and all that jazz. Kind of it doesn't suck. It's just a neutral thing, but it just goes to show the people that are like, it's a tragedy though. You all want humans to go extinct. It's just kind of like, yeah, well, it's gonna happen eventually. So why not have it be a voluntary act instead of, you know, by the means of whatever the universe wants to toss at us, disease, nukes, you know, whatever. So, do I think we're the only planet with life on it? Don't really know. I think it's probably the case that we're the only planet with life. Given evolution, we are in a habitable sphere of the solar system. Earth has existed for billions of years, and life is only cropped up as like from the chemical means of whatever first sprouted life on Earth once. As far as we're aware. And it's basically just gone from that one single organism to where we are now. And, you know, there's no evidence that there's other unicellular or multicellular things springing out of a chemical soup or whatever. So given that we're in a habitable zone and it's only happened once here, it's kind of just like, yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely that life exists anywhere else in the universe. But it's possible. When it comes to intelligent life, that's where it gets even less possible. Like, it's still technically possible, but less possible. Like, the chance that, like, we know how evolution works. It's random mutations selected for the environment. Usually it selects for pinchers, claws, big teeth, suctiony, grabby things, you know, things to grab prey and take in energy in the environment. It doesn't necessarily select for intelligence. Intelligence was a very weird niche that really only happened in some species of mammals and birds. So in general, intelligence isn't really selected for at all. At least not higher levels of intelligence. So, I mean, the chance that there's feeling things out there, things that are feeling existential dread, or like aliens are traveling around, very, very, very unlikely. Life forms that can feel pain, maybe a little bit, or like to the extent of like our life on Earth, that's not like a human with existential dread. More likely still, but still unlikely. And then microcellular organisms, still unlikely, but possible, you know? That's basically my opinion. Like, the less sentient, the more likely it is, but I don't think life is a very likely thing to begin with, given that it's only happened once and we're in a habitable region, in short. There's like 4 people, maybe 5. That's to note that, as a utilitarian, if we could go to these other civilizations without obligation to do so and extinct them all, but given the fact that we have nuclear decay as a thing in the universe, and, you know, the nearest habitable planet is kind of like years upon years away, given these facts, it kind of is just the case that it's not worth the human suffering to try to futilely attempt to end other life in the universe. Do you fear death? Kind of not. I fear dying. I fear of me being wrong about the existence of like hell and shit like that. Like that there is somehow a god that's evil as shit. I basically fear consciousness existing after death in some way, like reincarnation or hell or some level of existence after death. I don't fear death itself, because by definition, death is just the cessation of existence. I don't really fear that. I have biological fears of like the process of dying, but I don't necessarily fear death. No, I mean, I've attempted to hang myself twice this year already, and I have passed out, and it's rather nothing. Literally, it's nothing. You just kind of, you close your eyes, the rope presses onto your throat, it kind of stings a little bit, but no more than just like anything else, like a little like pinch or whatever, you know. And then you kind of slow the air closes off and you just pass out. Unfortunately for me, the rope kind of stretched and broke, and I woke up and I was alive. So I am suicidal, yes. Why would I have no reason to want to be here? I'm a pro-mortalist. All logic points that everything that's alive is better off dead. And the only person that I've ever loved and felt any semblance of care for in my entire life killed themselves on February 7th of 2023 that I've known for 7 years. So, the only person I've ever loved, ever, in my entire life, and had any semblance of respect for, is gone. So, yeah, I'm suicidal as shit, my boy. There's nothing to live for. The only thing there is to live for is the prevention of suffering, and that's just... It's sad in a way. I mean, it's the only thing that has value, so it's the only real reason to live, but, you know, having at least a personal reason to enjoy life would be cool, but I don't have that. But yeah, life's a bitch. God's evil. God's a piece of shit if it exists. I don't believe in a God, at least not a living God. I believe that if a God ever existed, it killed itself in the act of divine suicide, which made the universe. But I don't even really fully believe that. I kind of just believe the universe is a random, chaotic event that randomly occurred and spontaneously made itself. Who knows if it'll happen again, if it only happens once. As you should. The Epicureans got most of it right. I mean, you should be more of a negative utilitarian and Epicurean. Other suffering matters. I mean, suffering matters. So, I mean, yep, yeah, Epicureanism is generally correct. I mean, primordialism is more accurate than Epicureanism, in my opinion, but generally they're correct. If you want to watch, oh, I did a video on Epicureanism yesterday, if I remember right. So if you want to go back, you can look at that video. But yeah, generally Epicurus is right about death not being a bad thing, and it's not worth fearing, that the self is kind of an illusory thing. I do have a YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. I'm streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. On YouTube, I am ApostleO'Ultron. ApostleO'Ultron. I can share a link to my channel. Can I send a link to my channel? I know I can, but it's fucking... Share channel, copy link. Facebook, click, click, click. There you go. I think you should be able to see that. Guessing now you're watching me on YouTube because it vanished from Facebook, and now there's someone watching me on YouTube. Oh, look, I'm on YouTube. Cool. How's it going? But yeah, I'm a little bit more active on YouTube because my YouTube channel is still about ethics mainly, but every once in a while I'll just kind of like do like live streams where I'm like mainly gaming and not really doing much anything else. So I'll put those mainly on I'll try to put those on my YouTube channel and not just put them on Facebook so much. I mean, I'll hope that I'll have ethical content in those ones, but if I suspect I won't, I sometimes won't put it in the Facebook group just because, like, yeah, it's a waste of time. But I put everything on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I have to. If I want to see anybody's name, I have to actually go on to Facebook and look at the user and directly respond from there. Otherwise, it just says like Facebook user, and I'm like, okay. So there's multiple people like texting, and it actually gets really fucking confusing because all it says is Facebook user. So it's just multiple people all like texting at the same time, and all it's like Facebook user says I love cats. Facebook user says no, cats are stupid, and I'm like, what the hell? So yeah, YouTube's a little bit nicer. Yeah, Facebook is fucking shit. Fuck Mark Zuckerberg. He sucks. Living is really cracked down though, banning a lot of shit. Yeah. They've been cracking down shit lately. Living is not crack-a-lacka. Not crack-a-lackin'. What do I consider my sexual orientation? Bi/pansexual. Leaning heterosexual, like I'm attracted more to feminine figures. Pretty much solely feminine figures. Very rare that I'm attracted to male figures. That being said, my sexual orientation is not important to me and never has been. Like, just because I'm bi/pansexual doesn't really identify myself as part of the LGBT community. Like, I'm technically part of the LGBT community, but I don't really consider myself part of the LGBT community in any way. Because I don't really value the being LGBTQ or really think it makes you special in any way. So, I don't really view my sexual orientation as part of my identity. I've never really valued sex very much, so. Daily, basically. When Baldur's Gate came out, I didn't stream for like a week because I was busy gaming because it's a story game, and when I'm getting heavily invested in a story, I kind of don't really do much. But other than that, I stream basically daily. Tomorrow I'll do live streaming doing activism. I'm sure you'll see me on like the street corner, basically just yelling at people to not have kids. Be like, yo, what do you value? Do you value consent? Do you value preventing unnecessary harm? By having a biological child, you violate someone's consent. No one asked to be here, blah blah blah. And not only that, it's not necessary to have a child. No one needs to do so, and if you really feel it's a need to have a child, there are 500,000 children in the United States foster care system that need your help. So, instead of creating need, help someone who needs your help. Do not create unnecessary suffering. And I pretty much just say like something like that. That takes like 30 seconds to say it all. People are at a stoplight. They listen to me through a megaphone. They see my sign that says birth is chaos, all suffering and death. They pretty much get the idea if they have any level of intellect. Then I'm telling them not to have children. And, you know, I get a lot of nods, get a lot of fuck yous, get a lot of go to hells. Occasionally get an antinatalist come up to me and be like, whoa, you're an antinatalist? Didn't know there are more in Green Bay, blah. Are you part of an organization, something like that, you know? Sometimes I get like, oh, what are you doing out here, you know? And then sometimes they're like, that's really cool. Other times they're like, oh, that's interesting, you know, you do you. And I'm just like, no, fuck you. No, don't just you do you. Like, pedophiles do them also, but that harms people. So doing you can be a good thing or a bad thing. So don't just say you do you. It's like, you know, me doing me is great because I'm a good person doing good things. But if I was a bad person, you saying you do you doesn't really, it's not really a good thing to say in itself, G. So you saying you do you just kind of is not a very supportive thing. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's just like, it doesn't feel good when someone says you do you. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of you do yous, there's a lot of, you know, good for yous, there's a lot of actual support where they're like, I'm glad you're out here doing this, you know. And then there's a lot of fuck yous, a lot of like people pointing finger guns out the window pretending to shoot me and stuff, a lot of go to hells, a lot of fuck yous, stuff like that. So, but when it comes down to it, I do activism pretty much a couple times a week. I've been doing it daily for the last couple days. Didn't do it yesterday because my friend Sam came over pretty much right once I woke up. But he hung out like the whole day. So other than that, like, I pretty much try to do activism either online or in person daily. So try to do online activism for sure daily, just because it's really easy to do, to just flip on a computer while I'm gaming. Like, if I'm gaming and there's a computer next to me, I may as well be having the computer on, responding to people's questions about ethics, you know? So I try to do streaming on the daily, and I try to motivate myself to do in-person activism daily, though it's not always possible. Or, I mean, it's possible if I deny like my social needs as a human being, but It's not always possible because of social needs slash, you know, just time and motivation. And depression sometimes gets better at me and motivates me to do lazy things like play video games and just sleep. So, or just online stream instead of going out because it's just too much effort to be like motivating myself. But yeah, I try to do streams daily, try to do activism daily, try to produce value. You know, I believe it's an obligation to do so. It's the only thing that gives me meaning and purpose. These damn hoes, bro. Let's go and do StreamYard. Yeah. I kind of want to not have that echolocation. It'll start reverbing in a second if I open that up. I'll check out Facebook before I go outside. Because once I have it open on my phone, I can't open anything else up. Unfortunately. Okay, this keeps on appearing on my feed, and it's like kind of cool, yet kind of ugly at the same time. This fucking. Imagine if seagulls looked like this. Like, imagine if birds actually just like fold in half and fluttered away, guys. Like, I wish we lived in such a disturbing world. That'd be fucking awesome. Maybe we'd actually be able to prove to people that it's not worth living. Like, if seals just unfolded themselves and flew away, people would just be like, fuck this shit, life sucks. I mean, maybe it would be obvious if he can just like unfold. Damn. just watched a video on YouTube of a truck driver just absolutely plow through like fucking like traffic, just annihilated some fuckers. No way those fuckers lived. Ripping a Roni. Dude, the power of crack is amazing. What bird that is? Indeed. This is like by far like one of the most interesting pages on Facebook. Videos that suddenly end in chaos, often hilariously. You'll get either videos that are really hilarious, or you'll get videos that are really hilarious of people dying. Sometimes you won't get things that are hilarious, it'll be boring, and just be like, I fail. But if you want to have a 50-50 chance of watching someone get absolutely splattered at like 100 miles per hour by like a moving object, you know, there's a good chance that'll happen. Or you'll just watch someone like trip and fall, you know, like haha, you know, or do something stupid. You know, really a 50-50 if you watch someone get like shot, ran over, or hit by like a falling object from construction. But like, or just like look at this. It's just you watch people do stupid shit all the time. Not always fatal, but like you just watch people do stupid shit. Like look at this guy, just fucking tries to jump a fucking truck like an idiot, hooks his leg and just rips his fucking like tendon or some shit, blood on the ground, you know. Like if you ever want to see people in pain, misery just from being retarded, just really just rub in that humans are fucking idiot monkeys. Yeah, subscribe to that Facebook page. It's fairly hilarious, and you get to watch dum-dums get what they justly deserve. Get to see the laws of physics in play. Oh, the channel's called, the page is called like videos that end suddenly, often hilariously, something like that. You'll know when you find it. Bing, bang, boom. Here we go. Now we're taking a little break from. We can still talk about whatever. I don't care. I was gonna say we're taking a break about ethics, but well, as a smoke. But we can still talk about ethics as I smoke. I don't give a damn, frankly. So, not like we're talking about ethics too much. Anyways, we're just kind of talking about life. But. He just turns the light off, and I'm like, we keep the light on. I'm coming back down in a second. Then I'm like, well, we should just help the environment. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm an accelerationist. But I put the light back on, just like, fuck the environment. My brain's a chaotic place, y'all. Also, fuck my parents' electric bill. That's another aspect of it. Okay, how are you lovely people doing? You say good, I'm gonna call you a liar. Which thing? You might subjectively be doing good. I mean, objectively, your life is bad. It was as mine is. Like, there was a poll on not Facebook, it was a poll on YouTube. I forgot the channel name, but they were like, oh, how's your day going? And most people answered good or awesome. You know, a couple people answered bad or really bad. I answered good because my day yesterday was, on Monday when I answered the poll, was pretty good from a subjective perspective. I assume that's how they're wanting the answers from a subjective perspective. Objectively, though, obviously the answer is life is shit, life is suffering. But from the subject's perspective, which is often irrational and misguided and doesn't fully account for subconscious experiences and, like, you know, the little itches in our body, you know, I fucking shouldn't pay attention to the fact I'm itchy. Hate being alive. We're constantly itchy, guys. Remember that your cells are dying around your body all the time. You're in a constant state of discomfort. You're just too busy ignoring it, focusing your attention on other places. Well, the instant you stop, it's just fucking, God, hate this. Well, the story is life is suffering, so, you know, life's objectively pretty fucking shit. Every desire you satisfy leads to the need to maintain that, which leads to more suffering, and then if you didn't even satisfy to begin with, it leads to more suffering, so everything leads to suffering. So life kind of just, by the very nature of existence, is just suffering and stuff. But if you lie to yourself hard enough, you can feel it, man. If you let healing beat, you can be like, I'm Gucci, man. I'm playing video games, hanging with my friends, you know, pretending I'm like a fucking rabbit dude in like D&D, hopping around crossbow, traveling through dimensions and shit. You know, fun times. But really, it's just cope. It's just filling social needs that have been here for the dawn of time to make us more likely to survive, to cope and copulate, you know, what the fuck. So, it could be. But, hey, existence, pain, value, caught a moth. I crush him for you all, you bug crushing fans out there. Look at him. We'll just end his life with that. As a primordialist, it's a good thing. He's not a predatory species. He wouldn't end any more suffering. He would just suffer himself until he never be died. So, we ended early. As the merciful moral agent we are. Remember, primordialism, negative totalitarianism, blah, 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 all that fun stuff. If you have any questions, ask him. If you're like, why did he crush that moth? What a monster. Ask questions. Prove I'm a monster. Be like, hey, I think you're a monster, and here's X, Y, Z, Y. And if you have reasons, maybe I'll be like, oh, that checks out. I am a bad person. I should change. Or I'll be like, this is why you're wrong. It's definitely going to be the case that you're wrong. But, I like to set the trap, so please explain to me I'm a moral monster for crushing that moth or something, or if it disturbed you in some way, explain why, and I'll explain how you shouldn't be disturbed or whatever, and how you should be out here crushing moths too. Not like actively crushing moths. You shouldn't be like, I need to find moths, but like, if there's a moth in front of you, like meme where it's like, what would you do if there's a child right in front of you? The answer is, if you're in a closed pocket dimension, there's a child right in front of you, you stomp their head and you just crush their neck. You kill them. The answer is primordialism. The answer is always, if there's a life form right in front of you and you can get away with ending its suffering permanently, so long as it's not a predatory species that'll end other things suffering, like spiders, cats, other predatory animals you can think of. It do be basically herbivores, like, another little insects that just go around being like, I like leaves. You just gotta crush those little fuckers, obliterate them, send them back to the shadow realm. You hold the heart of the cards, you eat. I'm assuming you all are in unanimous agreement based on the silence, so. Like, Marco, my beautiful child. See, more here. See, this little creature was out and about hunting. He was making good use of his time. And he's adorable and relieves my stress. He's like a little comfort creature. Look how cool he is. And he kills things and eats them. So he provides for himself somewhat self-sufficient, and is a little primordialist. Adorable. Yes, Marco. Meow. Ow. Yeah. Adorable. Wow. No. That was a long one, bro. There's like, according to the thing, streamer, there's like 4 to 5 people watch me. Depending, someone on Discord, that's 5. No one's on Discord, it's just a Discord bot. 4. But y'all are quiet, so like, what's up with that? Like, say hello, greet yourselves, and like, let's pontificate about life or something, or death, or the nature of addiction and determinism. Who fucking knows? Whatever. We just talk about things. Or we can watch for smoke. We can just, I'm smoking some Delta 8, legal for the state of Wisconsin. So I'm not breaking the law. Not that it matters. The law means nothing to me. All that matters is what's right and wrong. And the law does not determine what is right and wrong. Yeah, there we go. Feeling good. Lord Almighty. Bless these lungs. Am I right, Marco? Yeah. Come on, it's fucking clogged. There we go. Praise be. Okay, let's go back to ethics. Fun. Yo, what's poppin' today? Let's go. Oh. Boom. Here we go. Yo, what's poppin', Tay? How's your day going? Say, Tay, how was your day? I hope you feeling a little bit gay, which means happy. And rame. Yeah. If you do not feel calm, oh shit, and you need your phone. Otherwise, you got like social, you got like the millennial anxiety when you don't have your phone. I got you. Need to be in contact with the homies. I feel ya. I'm sorry to hear that you have lost access to your phone for whatever reason. Hope you get it back soon. But yeah, we're gonna playing Fortnite over here. Oh, why? It's a cat toy in the ground and shit. But you can't really see the screen. I could stream on Discord, but I think I might make the Wi-Fi a little shittier. Some streaming like through StreamYard on Discord. So, let's take a gander at YouTube though. Let's watch some videos. And obviously, you know, ask me whatever you want, you know, particularly about ethics and questions about your life that I can help you with. But if you want to ask me questions about my life, you know, or just random shit, I don't mind too much. If all you do is ask me random shit, like what's your favorite color of spaghetti? Yellow or white? I'm gonna be like, what? And then I'm just gonna arbitrarily answer just to get the question over with. But I will answer your question. So, oh, it got damaged. I feel calm. Oh, I forgot. I have a really poor memory. I'm a stoner, my dude. But yeah. I'm sorry your phone got damaged. It's tragic. Oh yeah, remember? Yeah. You said your phone got damaged, and yeah, you're gonna buy a new one. I remember that now. Yeah. Okay, that popped in my brain. That was a couple days ago. Yeah, I remember that. Shame. Hope you get a new one pretty soon. Hey, dropped it in water, and I told you to put it in rice. I remember that. Yeah. But I'm not sure if the rice thing's a myth. That might be a myth. I remember doing that with electronics when I was a kid because my parents were like, "Oh, it totally works," and I'm not sure if it really works. I feel like I read an article that was a myth, but rice is really absorbent, so maybe it's not a myth. I don't fucking know. No, it's fair, man. I forget things all the fucking time. Like, I'm really bad with like anatomy and chemistry, and honestly, philosophy. The only reason I'm good at philosophy is because a lot of the time you just kind of are writing papers and you're not really doing quizzes. So I can kind of just have the terminology looked up in front of me in book form when I need to write a paper about a certain subject, or if I, you know, need to write like a subtopic within a subject. But really, I'm really bad at terminology and names of things. So, like when it comes to like philosophical concepts, really don't know the name of very many. Like I've been a philosophy major for 3 years, but you could like there's so many meme like philosophy groups. People are just like straight like talking about shit, and I'm just like, well, don't know what the fuck that means, but it sounds like horse shit. Let me look it up, and then I'm like, yeah, can't believe these people are talking about this horse shit, but glad I didn't waste my time about it. And there's other times where people are talking about like just using words, and I'm like, what the fuck are these people talking about? And I look it up, and I'm like, oh, of course, that thing. I remember we studied that for like fucking like 2 months. So you know, when I don't know terminology very well, and I don't know a ton of philosophical concepts, but I know enough to know that utilitarianism is unfortunately the fucking sad truth of reality. So. Barely slept. Yeah, man, I feel that. My sleep schedule has been really bad lately. I've been getting, I mean, it's been okay-ish for the last couple days. Last couple days, I've been getting like 6 hours, but yeah, I've been getting like fucking around the 7th, like around like the fucking 5th, 6th, and the 7th, I got like fucking like only like 2 hours of sleep. Whenever it gets close to my friend, it's like death anniversary, I just can't fucking sleep. There's like too many restless thoughts, and I just wake up after like 2 hours of sleep for no reason, and I just don't feel tired. Just feel angry. But lately, I'm a little bit better. In the last couple of days, I've been a little bit better. I mean, 6 hours still isn't very healthy, but I mean, it's better than like fucking 3 or 4. 3 or 4 and a 2-hour nap. Did you review Goon Tilmanj general video? No, I don't think I have. Don't know what that is. Called response, perpetual pleasures. I don't see anything. Wait. Google manga general video. Maybe. So today. Let's filter right today. Oh. Okay, let's see. Oh my fucking god. That's 55 minutes long. We'll watch it, I guess, a little bit. It's a fucking Silver Surfer big brain thing. I don't know.
Hello, everyone. I apologize for the background noise. There is a fridge. I'm sitting like 1 meter away from a big fridge, and there's also a ceiling fan that is on. So I do apologize for that. Anyways, my name, for those who don't know how to pronounce my name,
Okay.
General Soholit. So now that you know how to pronounce my name, there's no excuse to get my name wrong.
Okay.
If you mispronounce my name, even in your dreams, you better wake up and apologize.
Who the fuck this guy
Send me an
is?
apology. That's right. For those who are wondering, what does Hontamang mean? It's
I don't really care what it means.
It's a Setswana word. It's a word in the Setswana language. It's a very it kind of loosely translates to it's not a literal translation, but it sort of loosely translates to a question that says, who is beautiful? You know, something like that.
Your mom.
Something like Kemang yo monte. Like, who is beautiful? Who is the beautiful one? Well, the answer to that is pretty obvious. It's me, of course. That's pretty self-evident. As for my surname, and by the way, General is not my middle name. I actually just have only two names. My first name is Hontamang. My second name is General Sokhuludi. Between the word General and Sokhuludi, there's a hyphen, so it becomes one name. Sokhuludi also. Sokhuludi sort of comes from the term Sokholona. Now I don't know what that means, to be honest.
Yo, bro, I don't know what the point of your video is
I'm not
yet.
sure what it means, but I believe it sort of means something like to free, to set something free. And that's quite fitting because, you know, that's what I'm about to do to Perpetual Pleasurist. I'm about to set him free from his ignorance.
I hope you do, brother.
As
I'm
for
primordialist
general,
also.
General?
So, I
Well,
mean, I'm curious what cosmic
it's something to do with my
primordialism is,
current,
but, you know.
suspicion that I have a natural born ability to lead others, and indeed that is what I'm now doing. The anti-natalist community is now rotten. So rotten. It needs a new leader. Benatar.
This is definitely this guy.
Yeah, anti-natalism needs a new
with his 18
rebranding.
subscribers.
It needs new leadership, and I am here to fill that gap.
It's the most delusional thing. He's trolling, right?
That void, you know. To fill the absence. I, the general, will lead the new anti-natalist and mortalist to victory. Now, this video is a response to the YouTuber with the channel name Perpetual Pleasurist.
Yeah, we got that. I mean, how far are we into the video?
In response to his
4 minutes. Okay. Cool.
Latest video, as of the recording of this video, this is his latest video, titled I don't remember the title exactly, but
I'm an asshole. I kind of talk like this too, to be honest, but still, I'm allowed to be an asshole because I'm an asshole. I admit it.
Philosophy, or at least it's not. It's not the most logical philosophy. So existential primordialism, what he's referring to, is a philosophy that I have invented. Now, this, if you've watched the previous video that I made, you will know that existential primordialism, we'll call it EP, just for short, is different from typical primordialism. So the typical primordialism, the one that he once refuted about a month ago, is the one inspired by Benatarian. I'm referring to David Benatar. Benatarian anti-natalism, right? Inspired by Benatarian antinatalism that states that it is immoral to procreate. So promotalism, the one that is written about by someone like Ji Woon Hwang, that states that it is better for any living being to die as soon as possible to reduce its suffering, to spare it from future pain and suffering, because pain and suffering is supposedly bad. And like I said, this view is inspired by Benatarian antinatalism that also states that pain and suffering are not good.
Yeah.
So a month ago he was debunking typical promotalism. Yesterday,
Was he really though? I mean, he tried. I don't know if he really did.
Based on my time zone where I am, for me it was yesterday. Yesterday he made.
I mean, there's different types of typical promotalism.
A refutation of existential promotalism.
I disagree with the idea that everybody ought to kill themselves like immediately. Like if you hear about the idea of promotalism, it's just like you ought to immediately just run into the next room, stab yourself to death or whatever, or like find the least painful means and just kill yourself as soon as possible. Because obviously, as I said earlier in the video, if you exit, it just takes care of 1 of 8 million and 1 of 20 quintillion creatures on this earth, and obviously we should try to get rid of net suffering, not just ourselves. Everything is equal to value, where all sentient beings are equal in value when it comes to experience. It's this is the level of pain and all that. This is being assessed, blah blah blah. So exiting is not exactly the greatest thing, but when it comes down to the promortalist perspective of everybody is better off exiting like as fast as possible, meaning like you from a selfish perspective, you just isolate your consciousness, your shell body, whatever you want to call yourself, catalyst, doesn't really matter. If you just isolate that being, that's better off ceasing existing in itself. I agree with. So and then just from a pure moral perspective, I mean, if there's like a whole like general consensus in philosophy that like not like general, I guess it's not general, but a lot of people think this, that like you should have your principle be universalized, like essentially, like if you believe it, like what if everyone on the planet right now believed it? Basically, if that was the case, then obviously if everyone just thought like, oh yeah, I ought to kill myself, or it's good to for things to die, then we'd all just kind of like slaughter all life on the planet and exit, and there'd be nothing remaining. And if that was the case, sure, we can't experience the absence, but given the fact that life is suffering, as we covered in the first 2 hours of this 4-hour and 49-minute live stream, as we covered with the Buddhism section of the of the video, life is suffering. So yeah, I mean, a nothingness / a neutral is obviously comparatively better than a negative. So even if you can't experience the negative, the gap, even if you can't experience the gap, is still good. So it's just like less negative is better than more negative.
I asked him to, and he made it quicker than I expected. I'd say within it's either within less than a day or just a day later. He made a 28-minute video, and I will put the link to it. His channel, I already gave his channel name. Now this refutation is, well, I have to admit I am quite disappointed. So, we'll get straight into it. Okay, so first of all, um, I should admit I appreciate the courage. I appreciate the courage. If a man steps into the ring, into the fighting ring, and loses the fight, even though he's a loser, he is still better than the people outside the ring, the ones who are too afraid to even step inside. So even though even if one loses, you still have to respect the fact that they are even willing to take a chance. So, since he has sacrificed time to talk about my ideas, I have decided to do the same for him. As I requested, I wanted you to try to destroy me in battle. Admittedly, he notified Amanda Suknik. Yeah, and within a few hours later, I was suspended. After that, I went on to make my own website. That's why I was posting my ideas. It was a blog. But then after, like, I don't know if it was a few weeks, a month, I decided, you know what, I should probably just write a book, because I have so many things to say. And eventually I was done. And so here we are. The idea is now ripe. And like any good philosopher, like any good scientist, I want to test the validity of my theory. I want to know what other people think. So this is why I have asked Perpetual Pleasurist, called PP, to try and debunk it now. He's not the first person to whom I have made this request. I have made it to several people, and none of them responded. I made a request to Amanda Suknik. She's like the figurehead of the current anti-natalist movement. Now in her case, I just asked her to help me make a post on the subreddit that she moderates. I tried to reach out to her on Facebook Messenger. I was kind to her, I offered her a free copy of my book. I was not making a demand. This is up to her. I will give her a free copy whether she does this. Like, I am willing to give her a free copy of the book whether she does this or not. This is not a necessary condition. I am just asking for a simple favor. Well, she blocked me a few hours later. I made a response to several people, to Lawrence Anton. He declined. I made a request to Wacky Conundrum. Well, he I don't know, he seems to have been offline. I don't even think he saw my message. He has not responded. I made a request to a Twitter user by the name of Naturalist Ted, who likes to talk about generic subjective continuity, GSC. He has not responded. So in fact, Perpetual Pleasurist is the first person, currently the only person, who has actually taken up the challenge. So
yeah, generic subjective continuity,
So
dude. What's his
get
name?
straight into
Subject Ted, or whatever. Ted, dude, naturalist Ted. He's a fucking piece of shit. That dude doesn't respond. All he does is just go into like Anton stream and other antinatalist streams and just go like, it's all useless. We're coming back. He doesn't acknowledge the fact that like there's plenty of pessimist arguments arguing for the fact that life is inherently suffering. Both on the net whole, even if pleasure does exist, but there's plenty of arguments that suggest pleasure really doesn't exist, and that really it's just we're trying to receive like a calm, tranquil serenity from lack of pain, lack of suffering. So there's plenty of arguments to suggest that Forgot where I was going with this. My brain's too high right now. Feeling good, guys. But when it comes down to it, you get where I was going if you got whatever, if you were listening. So basically, there's plenty of pessimist arguments that life's kind of shit. So I don't really. I'm just gonna go back a couple seconds so I can get the idea what he was saying.
Request to Twitter user by the name of Naturalist Ted.
Naturalist Ted, yeah. So there's plenty of arguments for that against him being like it's all pointless, because when it comes down to it, life is suffering, and an absence of a negative is comparatively good. It's not good in itself because it takes like a subject. It takes like good is derived from experience. So if there's nothing doing experiencing, there is no good possible. There's no possibility of a positive experience. So it's literally impossible for a positive experience to occur if there's nothing to be generating, like no sentient being to do a consciousness, to do himself with consciousness. Yee. So when it comes down to it, I mean, in a way, I get what he's saying, but no, he's wrong, because I mean, we can all acknowledge from a practical standpoint that you'd rather, if someone could give you a bucket of shit, you know, like here's a bucket of shit, or just not give you a bucket of shit, you're gonna choose to not have the bucket of shit, because sometimes an absence of something is better than, you know, something. It's just like, you know, like mathematically speaking, like like the more negative experiences you have, the more you are driven into the negative. So it's like, even if there's just like, even if those things aren't experiencing it directly, there's still like a mathematical acknowledgement that you should have that there is less suffering, like, you know, occurring if nothing exists for a period of time. Sure, consciousness might rise in like 5 trillion years, but that's 5 trillion years where nothing is conscious because humans made an effort to eliminate consciousness. So, you know, I think it's just silly, but, you know, whatever. So, I mean, you know, you don't really need to respond to fucking Ted dude. Ted dude's just a silly fucker.
Talk about generic subjective continuity, GSC. He has not responded. So in fact, Perpetual Pleasuralist is the first person, currently the only person, who has actually taken up the challenge, and so that is much appreciated. So we will get straight into it. Get straight into this video that we put out the other day. So anyway, like I was saying earlier, he said something about the escalation of commitment. Well, I am committed to this idea, and you too. You know, he is also committed to, you know, his own ideas about plagiarism and GSC, right? Presumably because he believes in their validity, right? Because otherwise, why would you be committed to something that you did not believe was true, and you did not believe that people need to know about the thing? So, you know, it's not inherently bad to be committed to an idea. What matters is the quality of that idea. It's only a bad thing to be committed to something if it's total garbage, right? You can think of like a scientist who commits like his entire life to I don't know, researching something that he finds out later is completely false.
Flat Earth.
You know, that would be quite tragic to know that he just wasted most of his life. But you know, if the idea is correct, then, you know, spending his entire life, dedicating his entire life to this idea is very much worth it. It's very much worth it. So yeah, it all depends on the actual quality of the idea. Moving on, at 2 minutes 6 seconds, he admits that this video, this critique, is based on the email that I sent him and the comments that I subsequently posted under a post that he made on the community section of his YouTube channel. So, you know, in other words, he did not read the book. The information that I posted in the comments and in the email is vague. It's not much. It's not really enough. It's a very it's a simplification, very a great simplification of existential pragmatism. And if you're going to try to critique my ideas, I would advise you to actually read the book. In fact, generally, if you're going to try to refute somebody's argument, you want to make sure that you have a complete understanding of what they're saying. Otherwise, you run the risk of presenting a false representation of the ideas. What is called a straw man fallacy, where you're not really debunking their idea, but rather your understanding, your own false understanding of their idea. To improve accessibility to my work, I have decided that I will upload a free, complete audio version of my book to YouTube. I'll do this very soon. I will do this in the next few days, so that everyone else can study it in depth for themselves.
Okay, I'll
before they can
do a response to that, I guess.
Next, at 3 minutes 47 seconds, I should first start by saying that is a very strange example. Very strange example, very sexualized, odd analogy. But anyway, the argument presented here is flawed because it is an appeal to emotion. Right? The sexual attraction of the man, in this case, is nothing more than a primitive instinct to reproduce. Right? This idea that it makes sense to have sex with this person is illogical because there's nothing of value to be gained. He will gain something, but what he gains is not of value. What he gains is pleasure. But that has no value, at least not in the context of existential mortality. In fact, it is more sensible to die now instantly instead of later. And later could be, doesn't matter how long that is, whether it's 90 years later, 50 years later, a month later, a day later, or even 5 minutes later. Because what is the point? There's no point in postponing what you can just do immediately, especially if you are not hindered by anything from just doing it now. There's nothing stopping you from doing it now. Why would you postpone it? That doesn't make any sense. The female, right, in this specific example, is not what we can sensibly describe as a legitimate obstacle to dying immediately. So in this specific example,
Somebody on Facebook said something. Don't know who, because it all doesn't say Facebook user, so I'm gonna have to go into Facebook really quickly. Hello, how's it going? If you're okay with me saying your name, Madiba. It says Dr. Emmanuel 99. Don't know why you said Dr. Emmanuel 99, but nonetheless, cool. We live in a society.
makes no sense to spend 5 minutes doing this other thing when you can just die now.
See, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I agree. Like, PB's now, I didn't really get far into PB's original video response. It'd be better if you played his video and respond to it, you know, instead of just responding. But, and then like referencing timestamps, because then we have to like pull up his video and then pull up your video and be like, yeah. When you could just have the video there and be responding to it directly like this. But whatever, you know, it is what it is. You know, I don't really give a shit, man. Maybe you're not paying money for like something like StreamYard, so it's more difficult. Fuck, I don't know. More of the story though. Yeah, man, pro-mortalism is kind of like makes a lot of sense. So like, yeah, man, let's go back a couple seconds. I'm too high to remember what I was talking about.
What is the point? There's no point in postponing what you can.
Yeah, the example of like railing the chick who's like wiggling her butt in front of you, the fuck was like the example. He's like, oh, you would not kill yourself if there was some hot chick wiggling her ass in front of you. What would you do? Would you honestly tell me that you would like blast your brains out, you know, instead of just fucking the hot chick and then blasting your brains out? Like, clearly, like, cosmic pluralism's wrong. If I'm like, no, I mean, one, like, even if you would fuck the hot chick, just doesn't mean just because you would do something that, like, it's logical that you should do that. Doesn't mean you should. You know, there's plenty of, like, things where people or pleasure gets in the way of assessments and they can be completely wrong, like abusive relationships and stuff like that. So, you know, but two, the most practical thing to do in PB's hypothetical is to just strangle the life out of her, you know, while you're fucking her, of course, you know, that way she feels good as she dies. And you feel amazing because you're strangling the life out of someone, you know. I mean, if you're me, you'll feel amazing doing that. If you're you, you might be like, why is my ethical duty so horrible? But I'll be like, God damn, I've always wanted to take someone's life. So, you know, I'll be like, wow, what a thrill. And then at the same time, right after, you know, just, and then I just, you know, just like fucking smash me into a rock until I die or something, you know, or like find a knife or some sharp thing, you know, and like, you know. So that's what the promortalist does in that hypothetical analogy. You take out the other person and then you take yourself out. And if they want to have sex with you, you do it well at the same. You do it all at the same time. You know, you go on the whambo combo. You know, just. You know, that's what I say, PD. Yeah, how you like that response? the negative utilitarian, remember, pleasure and negative utilitarianism is either secondary or it doesn't matter. So if it exists, if it truly exists as a positive, then it matters, but it's secondary, so you can still try to go for it a little bit. It's just like secondary to reducing suffering. So, you know, you still gotta prioritize murking the other person, and you still gotta murk yourself. But if it's like, you know, a little bit of true pleasure, if true pleasure exists, then yeah. And if it, like, you know, you're doing it all at the same time, and it would take the same amount of time either way, then either way, I mean, it's a win-win, you know. So I'm just trying to make perpetual pleasurists just be like, I hate you, Brad. Why do you do this to me? No, I'm just kidding. I know you love me. I love you too, Scott. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, there's no way Scott gets like 5 hours into this video. But if you literally someone timestamps this and I was like, Scott, go 5 hours into the video, Brant's talking shit. You know, I'm sorry, my dude. I'm sorry, PP, but you know, it do be. It is the most logical answer. Is you know, just kill her and then kill yourself. Refrain from desire, because technically speaking, I find sex very mediocre. I mean, there's always a chance that like you could find maybe get insecure during the process, or it's just something's off or whatever, and you're just like, man, something's just not like your sex position's a little weird, and you like twist your ankle or something, you know, like when it comes down to it, from a pure promortalist negative utilitarian perspective, like even if sex is in front of you, you should still kill yourself, and then just, I mean, it's just how you should kill the other person, then kill yourself. It's the pocket mention scenario, and just completely ignore the sex. But in a completely practical scenario where you're in a pocket dimension and you're just like a normal person in their biology and they want to fuck you and you're just like, whatever, you know, there's really not much consequences here. I mean, it's completely practical that, like, from a biological standpoint, that you would fuck the person. But still, the methods perspective, you should still kill them at some point, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just how it would be. It's just how it would be, you know? So, pocket dimension. Remember, pocket dimension. Don't go out there killing folks, guys. Pocket dimension analogies. Pocket dimension analogies. We do not advocate for violence here. Besides hunting animals, I mean, that's technically violence, but, you know, that's a necessary evil. Eventually will be able to all that stuff, but don't cause violence. Yours, shit like that, you know. Yeah, gotcha. Moral of the story is there is no call to violence, guys. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. back to the video.
Just do immediately, especially if you are not hindered by anything from just doing it now. There's nothing stopping you from doing it now. Why would you postpone it? That doesn't make any sense. The female, right, in this specific example, is not what we can sensibly describe as a legitimate obstacle to dying immediately. So in this specific example, it makes no sense to spend 5 minutes doing this other thing when you can just die now. All right, moving on.
I don't know if it's just me, but he's shifted audio to my right headset only, and now it's just a weird wind wobble in my left.
So now this person who is being tortured.
Okay, now it's
in
back
pain,
to normal.
yes, but so what? Why should I care about him? If you're saying that if I see someone in pain, I should do something about it. Like I said, this is an ease-out fallacy. Yes, they're in pain, but that doesn't mean I have to do something about it. I'll give you another example. Suppose that I am walking from point A to point B. Let's say that along my journey, along the way, I happen to come across a long chain, a long line of ants on the ground. They're all carrying food that they got from, the outside. They're taking it to their colony. It's like ants do. They finished gathering food, and now they're bringing it back to their home, their ant colony. So now that I've come across this scenario, what should I do? What should I do about it? Now, this question implies that there's something that supposedly I have to do about it. But
I mean, when it comes down to it, I'd say it would be beneficial to be like, stomp, and just have a little fun time playing God, playing the moral agent and just being like, cease your suffering, little creatures, and just like, stomp. But when it comes down to it, at the same time, there's like an unfathomable amount of ants in the fucking universe, and you stomping on some of them makes an astronomically little difference. So it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, if you're going in the direction and there's a bunch of ants in front of you, you should probably wipe them from the face of this earth. But at the same time, it's not like you should be like on the hunt for the ants. Like, oh, he's getting away, that little one. Ooh, gotta chase him down. He's in the hole. Gotta dig. It's like, you could be doing your time working and donating money to an organization that fundamentally is genetically trying to engineer life out of existence. So chasing down the ants, and compared to like actual negative utility of like doing activism, talking to people on the street, trying to engineer some super plague or biologically engineer things out of existence, or become some political figure, compared to all that, stomping on your ants all day is like consequentially fucking, not the thing you ought to be doing to maximize pain reduction and prevention, especially given, one, there's a bunch of them, and you could do as a thing. The things I said before allow you to eliminate far more ants in the future. But even if you were just like, say, like even if that wasn't the case, like if you just look at like pure neurons, like ants don't really have a whole ton of neurons going on. They're probably not feeling a whole bunch of suffering per se. They might be feeling like discomfort sensations, like by the definition of suffering we used in the early part of the video, in the Buddhism part, it would meet the qualifications of suffering, ants would. But like in terms of like visceral suffering, like agony, the ants can't feel agony, so you're probably better off, like, I don't know, going into your local woods and like hunting something. At least you can get some calories and actually take out a being that can feel like, visceral pain. So
is there something I should do about it? Should I do something about it? Why not do nothing? Why not just keep walking? I was walking from point A to point B. Why don't I just keep doing that? Especially since these ants are not disturbing me. They are not an obstacle. They are not preventing me from continuing my journey. So, if anything, it is more logical to just ignore them, to just keep doing whatever I was doing before I saw them. So likewise, the two people in your example, the one who is doing the torturing, the one who is being tortured.
I mean, yeah, you probably are for just ignoring them, man. I can't really disagree with that. I mean, if you're as complex of a mind as myself, and you just sort of like, and is there a moral situation related to this? And you're like, yes, technically there is, but you know, and then it just gets too complex given the fact that you could maximize utility in far more better ways. But like, it's just like, obviously, yeah, like if you can just fucking stomp on an ant, you know, it's like whatever, you know, helps the ant not feel suffering, I guess.
They are not an obstacle in my goal. They are not disturbing me. They are not a hindrance. So why should I get myself involved in their business? Why should I care about what they are doing in their little corner? Doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense because they experience something and you experience something. I experience pain in a visceral, intense way. I experience that my pain is bad and ought not to occur for me if there is not a justified reason to do so. If, say, I have to, my arm's in a bear trap and there's a fucking tiger coming at me or whatever, and I believe I have a moral duty to continue living, I'm gonna cut off my finger to get out of the bear trap so I don't get mauled to death by the tiger. So I'm gonna cause myself pain to prevent a greater pain of the net hole / my pain or whatever, of getting mauled to death, you know? So it's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to trade some pains to prevent greater pains for myself. And given that logic, I'm also, and the fact that other things experience pain and have equal value to myself and should have equal consideration, they also should be, you know, logically given the exact same treatment of unnecessary pain is bad for them and should not be inflicted. They ought not to experience unnecessary pain, you know? So, you know, whatever the example may be, you know, it's like, obviously there's not many times you're in a bear trap with a tiger, but, you know, that's just like a random ass example of my high brain thought of. Moral of the story is that you can just think of literally any situation where it's someone, like a guy about to punch you, like, you know, he doesn't need to punch you unless like he's defending himself from you, you know. So it's just kind of like he ought not to punch you because doing so is basically like punching himself, and he doesn't want to punch himself because that would hurt, and he experiences pain as a bad thing as well. You know, I'm sure if it was visceral enough, he would definitely admit that he experiences something that he ought not to experience, regardless, you know. So, I mean, I feel like it's silly to deny the ought of experience. I call it the ought of experience, you know, because these people just make up terminology and call the thing like, oh, the is ought gap. So I'm calling it the ought of experience from now on. The ought of experience crosses your fucking gap and just squishes it together and says there is no gap, bitch. It just jumps over, grabs the other side, and squishes that bitch. It just goes, there ain't no gap, fucker. Experience generates value. Value should be maximized, you know. It's just the nature of value. And then, yeah, I mean, I don't fucking know. Like, this guy, he's very narcissistic. He's like, I wrote a book, and look at my Silver Surfer brain thing. I deserve to be in charge of this community. I'm not even directly responding to his video. I'm just kind of referring to things. It's like,
They are in their little corner doing their own thing. Why should I care about it? It's not my business. It's none of my.
It's none of your business. Yeah, and like what? Like, you could start inserting people who are close to you and say, well, it's not you, so it's none of your business. You know, I mean, like, no, it's clearly your business. I mean, like, I don't fucking get it. Like, something that's equal in value to you is suffering, and you wouldn't want to suffer. No, it's like... And if you say it's like, he said in the very beginning, like, oh, just because I'm in pain doesn't mean I ought not to be in pain. Yeah, fucking bet, bud. It's like, I experienced that I ought not to be in pain. I know I experienced that I ought not to be in pain. And I know I experienced that people I care about ought not to be in pain. So it's like, if you want to test your hypothesis, we can meet up in the woods somewhere, like anonymously or some shit, and we can test this theory, get have fun. Not a threat. Remember, guys, we're just talking about hypothetical analogies and fun. It's all voluntary, of course. That's what I said. Like, if he wants to, it's a voluntary act of a sacrifice for philosophy. But no, seriously, like fuck all these people that like directly deny like the value of suffering. Like I genuinely hope they get what they fucking deserve. Like I hope he gets cancer. Mr. fucking Lear boy. I want to lead, Ephesus. Yeah, well, 1 in 5 people get cancer. Hope it's fucking you. Then you'll feel fucking suffering and experience the fucking my boy. Then you'll experience the my boy. You'll be like, oh shit, my insides are melting. This fucking sucks. And then your Silver Surfer will be just a big old blob, a tumorous blob.
Okay, next. At 9 minutes and 6 seconds. This one is quite simple. Basically, you don't have, you can't read the future. You don't have complete knowledge of future events. So, you can't be so certain, so sure that even, an organism that begins to exist somehow cannot live forever. I mean, right now, scientists are working on, technologies to extend human lifespans. So, maybe in the future, with drugs or some kind of advanced
that sounds horrible.
Prolong our lives indefinitely. Maybe you don't know. But anyways, you sound so sure that you don't know. You don't know. You can't be too sure. At 11 minutes and 18 seconds, he differentiates between practical philosophy and what he calls armchair philosophy. And he says that philosophy may be sensible in the armchair sense, but not practically applicable. Okay, so he's accusing existential pragmatism of satisfying neither of these criteria. It's neither practical nor even sensible in a theoretical sense. Well, I disagree with this. And as an example, consider this. To stay alive, just to survive, human beings, like all of us, we need to eat food. We need to eat food. If you don't eat food, you might live a couple of weeks, maybe a month, a couple of months, but at the end of the day, you'll starve to death. You'll malnourish, you'll grow weak, then you'll die of hunger. That's how it is. We all need food to survive. But if we die, if we're dead, we will not suffer from hunger. We will not fall hungry. We will become hungry. We won't need to eat. Dead people do not need food. Right? That one is hungry now. Sure, you can agree with that. Dead people don't need to eat. You need to eat at least 3 meals a day. Dead people, they eat 0 meals a day. They don't need to eat anything. So, with this logic, then one can see how the commitment of governments to agriculture, to growing large amounts of food, and also developing manufacturing industries that process food, that produce processed foods, just this huge industry that is sole aim is to feed millions, billions of people every day. Make sure that every day you have something to eat. This is a waste of money and effort. If you instead could just eliminate everyone, if everyone was just eliminated somehow, then the amount of money that you have to spend on agriculture, food processing, is 0. You would have to spend not a single cent on.
There'd also be no one to spend.
So, and this is actually the logic of existential pragmatism. It is more sensible to, so in this sense, existential pragmatism is actually practical. It's actually practical. If everybody dies, then there's no need for famine. There's no need for any of that. You don't need to worry anymore about world hunger. The kids in Somalia are starving. You don't worry about any of that. Don't worry about sending aid to Afghanistan, to Somalia, to war-torn countries where children are starving to death because the human race will not feed. So it's all good now. It's all good now. Everybody's dead. You don't need to worry about solving that. You already solved it. You already solved it. You told everybody. Now, since I've now proven that my philosophy is practically applicable, that automatically means that it is also sensible in just a theoretical sense, because something may be practical, something may be impractical, but still kind of sensible in the armchair sense. But if something is something cannot be practical, but also silly in the armchair sense. If it's practical, then automatically it's also sensible in the kind of theoretical armchair sense. It's just like if you're designing some kind of invention, some kind of physical device. You start with the blueprint. You start with the drawings. You just start with the model, the design on paper, before you actually move to the physical prototype. But if the invention doesn't make sense on paper, then it's definitely not going to work in reality. But if it works on paper, then it's definitely going to work in the real world. And the vice versa is also true. If the prototype works perfectly, then obviously that means that the theoretical design on paper that the prototype is based on is equally perfect. So my philosophy is practical, is valid in both the practical sense and also the abstract theoretical armchair version. At 14 minutes and 19 seconds, and it's not the first time to do this now, I have talked about my idea in lots of Facebook groups, that discuss ideas like nihilism, atheism, and probably the most common response is, well, why are you still here? Why are you still alive? Most people are so obsessed with proving that I'm a hypocrite and supposedly this is relevant. Well, first of all, I am trying to share my ideas. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm doing right now. If I was dead, how could I make this video? How could I make this response? How do I share my ideas if I'm dead?
Well, you are a cosmic primordialist, so I mean, it sounds like I don't know if you're saying like you're a negative utilitarian and hence you're a primordialist, but it sounds like you're more like a nihilist because you don't seem to think there's subjective values, that there isn't as cap sort, and that everything's just nihilistic, and that if there's any sort of thing that you subjectively view as problematic in the world, you're better off just dying to not experience that subjective problematic thing. I don't know, this seems problematic to me because let's go back a little bit.
That discuss ideas like nihilism, atheism, and probably the most common response is, well, why are you still here? Why are you still alive?
Yeah, he wants to share his ideas. So it's like, what's the value in sharing your ideas? Because you don't believe there's any objective value. So it's like you just believe that if there's any like subjective like pain in your life, you ought to end it as fast as possible. So regardless of your desire to spread your ideas, you should still end your own life via your own logic. Because you desire to spread your ideas or your book or popularity or lead little following, be damned by it via your logic of everything is meaningless, there's no objective meaning, all this is pointless. If you feel any pain, you from your own perspective are better off dead. Why are you still here?
And most people are so obsessed with proving that I'm a hypocrite and supposedly this is relevant. Well, first of all, I am trying to share my ideas. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm doing right now. If I was dead, how could I make this video? How could I make this response? How do I share my ideas if I'm dead? I don't practice what I preach. Well, that doesn't matter. Just because I don't practice what I preach doesn't mean that what I preach is false. I think that you need to be more focused on my arguments. That's not sure whether or not I'm a hypocrite. A doctor can tell you that you need to exercise if you want to lose weight, but if you're like overweight, if you're morbidly obese, dangerously overweight, it would be quite foolish of you
Because, my friend, we're saying experience generates value, that direct experience has something to do with morality, that it can cross the is-ought gap. You are denying that, and at the same time, you won't act up to your own philosophy. Why? Maybe it's because something about the experience of taking your own life makes you a little scared, or about the process of dying, or about the nature of pain that happens when you die, the fear, the pain of fear. You know, maybe there's something a little bit objective about the experience. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting, but it just seems to me that, yeah, you are a hypocrite.
Say, well, I'm not going to exercise because, the doctor tells me to exercise.
And regardless of hypocrisy, you're making a very, very, very spicy claim that I think, as I've already demonstrated, I viscerally experienced there is no is-ought gap, and even if there is, we can pretty much unanimously get to, a form of ethics that's like rather objective. I don't know. It just seems to me that like there is a form of objective ethics out there that like I don't know. It seems like impossible to say like my best friend getting sexually assaulted and taking her own life is not a bad thing. Like if you have like someone you truly care about, them getting raped, and living multiple years of their life in agony, and then inevitably giving in to the torment of life and taking their own life. Yeah, that not being a negative, something that ought not to have occurred in the universe without a great justification for it, like preventing 2 of those, 3 of those, 4 of those, whatever, from occurring. Yeah, unless you have like some major justification for why that occurred, like such as preventing a greater harm, I don't think that you can justify something like that and say that, yeah, it's not bad in some sense. Like there's not some sense of the way that it's bad and unjustified, that it shouldn't have occurred, that like there's something wrong with it, that like there's a level of bad to it. It just seems ludicrous to me, like fucking insane. So like I've directly experienced that there is like an ought to the universe, that like there's things that ought to occur and ought not to occur. So whatever. You can say that I'm just being emotional, but when it comes down to it, I think, yeah, experience is fundamentally like emotions and physical sensations. So, and pain is derived from them, and if there is value in the universe, it is that. And when it comes down to him, I don't know. He's telling people to do things and not do things based off of a subjective thing, I guess, that they experience. But if there is no backbone, such as like, and if there is no ought, then why should you do it? Like, who cares if you're inconsistent, Why be a cosmic primordialist? It's like, who gives a damn if you're a nihilist of sorts, if you basically believe that nothing matters because there is an ought gap, then who gives a shit if someone's inconsistent? Who gives a shit if someone's being illogical? They can care or not care, and it doesn't matter if they care or not care, because there's no value. So I just don't get it. I'm 37 minutes into this video, and I don't think he's made a single point that is like relevant to what we should do in any sense of the way. Like, being a pro-mortalist is basically making a claim that you either practically should do something to benefit yourself, or that like you practically ought to do something, to some extent. Maybe he's just saying that like there's no ought, but you should, like maybe like beneficial for you. I guess that's probably what he's saying, is just that it's beneficial for you. Maybe yeah, he's definitely just saying it's beneficial for you, but that also just seems like someone could just say, who cares? Like, why, if there's an exhaust gap, why I do something that is beneficial for me? Like, who cares? So it's just kind of like, why be a, yeah, it kind of just comes back to, why should I kill myself? Like, you know, like, if there's no backbone of value, like pain's bad, pleasure is good, you experience more pain in life than pleasure, or there is no reason because of identity nihilism for you to experience pleasure in the future, but there is reason to avoid pain in the future. Not necessarily, you know, I have logical reasons for why one ought to kill themselves if they're not going to like produce like viable amount of value in the universe to compensate for the pain that they're going to produce in their lives and the lives of other things that keep them alive. So it's just like him, though, on the other hand, he's making a claim that you ought to kill yourself, not ought to kill yourself, but you should kill yourself. Same fucking difference, really. It's just semantics. But that would be beneficial for you to kill yourself in some way, while at the same time claiming that there's nothing of value in the universe. So it's like, I don't fucking get it.
He's himself overweight. He's also overweight, so he's a hypocrite. So his advice is, I'm not taking his advice. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Whether or not I'm a hypocrite, that does not invalidate my arguments. So focus on the arguments. For 60 minutes and 37 seconds, he talks about how sentience is inevitable. Well, consider this example. In 2020, the world experienced a pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. And what did the governments around the world try to do? They were all racing to make a vaccine to protect people against infection. Now consider this. Epidemics and pandemics are somewhat inevitable. You know, we've been having outbreaks of diseases since forever. So, even though COVID-19 has now mostly been eradicated, does that mean that the vaccines and the cures that governments, medical organizations were trying to develop, does that mean that all of that was pointless, considering that COVID-19 will very likely not be the last virus that we have to deal with? Inevitably, there will be another outbreak. Does that mean that defeating the previous outbreak was pointless, was a total waste of time, since it's just going to be another one? Or consider a much simpler example. When you are thirsty, you drink water or some other liquid, some drink. You have a glass of water to quench your thirst, right? Now, that's not going to be a permanent solution. At some point in the future, in the near future, you will become thirsty again. So does that mean that when you were thirsty the previous time and you decided to have a drink or two, to have a glass of water, does that mean that was pointless, considering that, well, here you are thirsty again? No, that's a very strange thought process. So, the same thing with the re-emergence of sentience. That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if sentience just comes back. Guess what we do when it comes back? We do the same thing we do when a virus comes back. When a virus comes back, we make vaccines, we make cures, we try to defeat the virus. So guess what happens when sentience re-emerges? We get rid of it. So get rid of it the first time. When it comes back, we get rid of it again. If it comes back, we'll get rid of it again.
Then I agree with.
So that's simple. At 19 minutes, 20 seconds, he asks me what I think about the video so far. Well, let me tell you about my reaction to it. Like I said earlier, I was quite surprised that you put out a response so quickly. It's kind of unexpected, especially since, like I said, you're the first person who I've reached out to. Everyone else who I challenged did not respond. They chickened out. Like they would, some of them didn't respond. Some blocked me. Some, basically just chickened out. They did not have the balls to step into the ring, step into the fighting ring. But anyway, in your case, so I was actually quite surprised and actually quite excited when I saw the notification. That's when YouTube gave me the notification that PP has released a video and it's talking about my ideas. So I was quite delighted. But when I actually first watched the video, I immediately just fell to the ground. I just fell on the floor and I was just rolling around in uncontrollable laughter. I mean, I almost passed out. You know, um, I will at the very least, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and I will assume that you must have been under the heavy influence of some kind of illegal substance when you decided to record. You know, when you hit record and produced this what is not a nicer way to put this excrement. Yeah. It's 22 minutes and 15 seconds. The claim that you make here is completely false. I have studied GSC, generic subjective continuity, at great length. Okay, I've watched the videos, I've been to the website naturalism.org, naturalism. Right? I've studied it from actually the not just you, but actually the three prophets, the three main prophets of this new age religion, the three prophets, the three horsemen, namely naturalist Ted, Theodore Bolha, and Thomas Clark. These are the disciples. Well, Thomas Clark is the inventor, and the other two are his disciples. It's a trinity. The Trinity. Thomas Clark is the Father. Naturalist Ted is the Holy Spirit, and Theodore is the Son. Anyway, for these three, generic subjective continuity is it's not the way you described it. This is not merely a theory of how sentience is inevitable, but actually it is a theory of how reincarnation, the idea of reincarnation, might be possible. So they're not just making the claim that life is an inevitability. They are saying that your life, your existence, right, you will inevitably return. They are saying that when you die, you will, at least from your subjective perspective, wake up immediately afterwards. The same way that when you go to sleep, you experience yourself pretty much waking up immediately. You do not experience the 8 hours of sleep that pass by in between you falling asleep and waking up. For you, it's almost instantaneous. So that's what I say. They're saying you're going to reincarnate, you're going to come back. When you die as a human, you might wake up again as a dog, as some kind of life form. You're going to be reincarnated. This is rubbish. Yeah, this is complete rubbish. In fact, I was being bombarded with this nonsensical idea. It made me quite angry, so much so that I decided to actually go and re-edit my book. I decided to actually in one of my chapters, I added a new paragraph that is specifically dedicated, it is solely dedicated to disproving this sad, ridiculous fantasy. Generic subjective continuity is nothing more than a coping mechanism for delusional cowards who refuse to accept their own mortality. They refuse to accept that they are going to die, and that will be it. Okay? The creator of GSC, Thomas Clark, he believes in other strange stuff. He believes in something called compatibilism. So you know how there is free will, but there's a debate.
He believes in compatibilism.
There's a third theory, compatibilism. And it tries to claim that somehow free will and determinism are compatible, even though obviously they're not, because the two ideas contradict each other. Things that contradict each other cannot be said to be compatible. You cannot have contradictions in logic. So anyway, yeah, Mr. Clark seems to have this natural inclination to believe in weird stuff. Perhaps for him, it's some kind of, like I said, a coping mechanism. Cope with the absolute ruthlessness and apathy, the coldness of the real world. You know, it's better to live in a make-believe fantasy than the absolute uncaring, brutal.
They didn't really prove him wrong. Yeah, I mean, I have proved him wrong before that.
You once again brought up the topic
There's no
of
hard
plagiarism.
reason,
Well, in my
but
opinion, so-called plagiarism is just a rebranded utilitarianism. Right?
because Mendham says there's no hard rule of generic subjective continuity. Just because I exist doesn't guarantee that I'm going to exist again. Like, that's just fucking silly Billy bullshit. Like it's like, okay, I don't know, like it's just silly as shit. Like because my consciousness, specifically Brant J. Gill, exists, he therefore must exist in this exact configuration. You know, the universe is going to play out exactly as is, you know, again at some point, and that's apparently guaranteed. Yeah, this doesn't seem logically sound. There's no guarantee of anything replaying over again. So that's one thing. And then two, the naturalist Ted seems to make it he's arguing that, like, even because of generic subjective continuity, somehow, if it does exist, guaranteed, let's pretend it does, steel man's position, 100%, we will all be reincarnated, in some sense or another. It's just kind of like, he doesn't really explain how an absence of suffering is not, like, comparatively good. Like, I've addressed that at that point and said, like, well, who gives a shit if you can't experience the pain? Something not being in pain is a good thing. Like, if you have a room and you have a thing suffering in it, that is bad. You remove the thing suffering it, and now there's no thing suffering in it. That is comparatively good. He's basically denying that that is comparatively good by saying, well, because nothing is in the room to experience the fact that it's not suffering, and it takes experience to, as of a subject, to judge something, therefore it can't be good or bad. And that's just silly. Like, it's just like, no, we can all acknowledge that not having a bucket of shit is better than having a bucket of shit. You know, an absence can be better than a negative, positive, whatever you want to say, like an existing negative. So, like, it's just like, I don't fucking, it's just, people are, naturalist Ted's a silly fuck. This guy is a silly fuck. Perpetual pleasurist is delusional. Silly and a silly fuck in a weird way. Like, he gets that, like, he understands what I'm saying. He's like, I agree. I just like my delusions more, and I think by that what you believe will never come to fruition in terms of an ultimate goal. So, in terms of being on that bandwagon, it just makes me feel sad and probably won't come to fruition anyway. So, haha, I'd rather just be subjectively benefited, despite the fact that other things' experience is equal in value to my own. You can definitely tell that he doesn't care about the fact that other thing is. I'm not like in a true like sense, like I'm like I do, I guess, like, because he's you know, vegetarian, not vegan. Like, you know, the suffering of the dairy industry is fucking viscerally horrible. So it's like, if he truly valued experience and, like, in from a logical perspective of being equal to himself, he would be like, yeah, no, I mean, like, I wouldn't, if every time I had a fucking have a glass of milk or some cheese, you know, I had to, like, have some big black dude shove a prod up my ass and take away my firstborn, like, put a fucking neuron prod in my head and make me feel like I have a firstborn child, and then drag it away from me. If I had to go through all that, you know, every single time I had some dairy, you know, I wouldn't fucking do it. Like, you know that, like, PP wouldn't fucking do it. But when it comes down to it, you know, he's making that trade. So people are just inconsistent. People fucking lie to themselves. People say that, you know, it's just, everything is layers of evil, man. We're all just doing evil. You crush a rabbit and it causes the rabbit's neck, it causes some pain and boohoo, you know. And even though you're just doing a net good, it's still some level of bad. And I'm like, fuck you. So it's just like, it doesn't excuse his behavior. And he's like, well, it's not that I'm trying to excuse my behavior. And I'm like, yeah, you're not excusing your behavior. Plus, just saying that we should kind of just shrug it off. We'll be like, yeah, this is what it is. You know, like, he's just another bad guy in a world full of bad guys. No, it's like, I actively condemn it. Like, it's just like, it's not cool, dude. Like, you shouldn't do that. You are like, I don't believe in free will, but you are doing a bad action, like a significantly bad action, like more bad than other people's actions. Like, all people do bad actions too, but when it comes down to it, like there are variant degrees in badness, and he acknowledges that when it comes to like Emmanuel, whatever, the kid that like died in a closet and shit, you know, like horrible suffering. But like when it comes to like something like Dairy Cow, I mean, he acknowledges horrible suffering, but you know, it's not as visceral something in his mind as like that kid in the closet. Clearly, otherwise he wouldn't be fucking eating dairy products, you know. So yeah, all I'm saying, you know, people be hypocrites. People be hypocrites all over the place. So I mean, to be fair, it's not like I'm a whole ton better. I mean, I still try to maximize my utility to some extent or another. Not really, but like I kind of try to. Like I'm doing activism pretty much daily. I'm doing this right now. I could be asleep, you know, could be playing video games and shit, but instead I'm like actively making a video response to this dude. So it's just like I try to like do activism. I could be doing more. Obviously, everybody can do more. So it's just like under utilitarianism, you can pretty much always be doing more. I mean, until your body basically breaks, you could be doing more. So it's like, you know, they're deontologists, so it's pretty fucking easy to do what you want to do. I mean, when you're a deontologist, you know, it's just kind of like follow a simple rule premise. Just follow some premises and rules, and you're all Gucci. It's really, I mean, if you can't like live off of like deontological principles, I mean, it's just like if you could be you can basically be a Jain, guys. Like, come on, like the Jains basically just live their whole life not crushing things, like taking every little careful step. I mean, if you're, as a consequentialist, I think the Jains are silly because they allow suffering to occur. They don't, like, inaction is an action, in my opinion, but they don't view it as that. They view things more in deontological views. So it's like, if you guys really are so proud of your deontology, you should fucking live like a Jain. Like, fucking man up your principles. Like I don't fucking know. Like, perpetual pleasure says, like, why aren't you killing yourself? I'm just kind of like, well, why aren't you being a Jain if you believe all these things are so evil? You know, it's like, yeah, sure, yeah, everybody's evil to some extent or another, but you admit that there's certain variant degrees of evil that some shouldn't occur more than others, basically, and they all shouldn't occur, but some shouldn't occur more than others. So it's like you have to acknowledge that dairy is a pretty fucking horrible thing. It's probably one of those ones that's more close to the maximally shouldn't occur of actions. So it's just like, I don't know, if you're willing to do that, why are you willing to call him out and not killing himself? You know, yeah, I genuinely try to do activism pretty much as I can. So, I mean, can't get much more than doing a 5-hour stream after. I mean, I hung out with a friend today for like 5 hours. Maybe if I didn't hang out with him, I could have done a 10-hour stream. Sure, you know, but at the same time, life's pretty fucking depressing. So I mean, you can't not socialize with actual human beings forever. So yeah, I don't fucking know. But who fucking knows? All I know is PP's example of being like, oh, what if chick's wiggling her ass in front of you? Not a good one. Him saying there's no way they'd cross the Izok gap. I think that's silly, and a direct experience denies that. Naturalist Ted and the subjective continuity gang has no effects on ethics, and there's no proving it. So basically, this video is interesting, but a waste of my time, as most things in life are. As most things in life are. Fuck. Drop me phone. Yo, Scott. Made a video response that has you and some fucker of that cosmic existential nihilism, primordialism, whatever the fuck it is, you know. So basically respond to you, him, and naturalist Ted / generic subjective economy all in a whole, all one video. So if you want to check that out, it kind of starts around the 5-hour-ish mark, or like the 4-hour and 40-ish, 4-hour and 50-ish minute mark, when I start talking about like that. I'm sure if you just scroll through until like that dude's video pops up, you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But you know, I'm too high and tired. Fuck, whatever. You get the point. Video stuff. If you want to look at it, look at it. If you don't. You know, and doopy. Have a good day. Pain. Pain. All I know is pain. Pain. All I know is pain. I won't leave around you, pain. But yeah. Responded to many a video today in this stream. I don't really feel that tired though, you know what I mean? Like I just feel like I'm not even on like anything. I guess I'm on like an edible, and like that's different than usual. I don't really do edibles often. Maybe the edibles just like making me. Edibles are technically a psychoactive substance in comparison to smokable THC, which isn't technically psychoactive, and psychoactive substances keep you awake. But a lot of people say they sleep on edibles and they just like clunk the fuck out. I don't know, but I don't feel tired. So let's go smoke some more. I'm gonna go smoke some more. Yeah. We'll talk about more ethics and shit, I guess. Blah blah. You know. If anybody wants me to respond to any videos related to ethics, send them to me. The title. I'll respond to them. Or just ask me questions related to your life or advice you want on things. Kind of a psychopath of sorts, so you know I give pretty neutral advice that's pretty solid, given that I studied philosophy and theology and politics for a good portion of my life. Add that together with the neutrality of being a psychopath, and you get some good, solid life advice. So if you want life advice, relationship advice, fucking just questions about philosophy, not general philosophy, but more like ethics. I'm generally better at ethics than like nature of the universe bullshit and all that. But if you have general questions, just dump them in the comments, or don't. I could give less damns, to be honest. Wait, I couldn't give less damns. could give less damage would imply that I have damage to give, but I don't. So yeah, I'm too tired, and I'm tired and not tired at the same time. I'm like, at one point I was tired, and then edible I think kicked in, and now I'm just kind of like this weird loopy tired where it's like, you know, when you're like tired but awake at the same time. It's the best feeling. It's like being high, but like natural. It's like a natural high, man. Yo.
Oh gosh, sorry, I was just distracted by this hunk of a man.